It's alright?
Yeah, man. Alright. I wonder.
On this side? Oh. Right. Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are back here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School, and it's a all-island Spaulding Cup here in St. Elizabeth Technical High School between St. Elizabeth Technical High and Excelsior. Excelsior, they are the urban champions, and of course St. Elizabeth Technical, they are rural champions, and they're here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School in Santa Cruz. Of course, this is day 2. Yesterday was an intriguing, interesting day's play. When St. Elizabeth Technical, they won the toss, they put Excelsior into back. Excelsior made 127 all out, and in response, St. Elizabeth Technical, they are 110 for 4, 110 for 4, moving from 40 for 4 with this very good partnership between Kevin Brown and Tyree Bryan. Tyree Bryan is on 67 not out, Kevin Brown is on 20 not out. St. Elizabeth Technical, they trail by 17 runs, and we are about to begin the second display here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School. The umpires are on the field, the fielders are on, and we have a few spectators here. And of course, we are in for a cracker. This is going to be almost a test match, and it's almost like that. And of course, at this point, no one knows what's going to happen. What I can tell you is that the first hour of the morning is going to be very important. We are going to start the skipper for according to the skipper for St. Elizabeth Technical. Right? So that is Scott. He will be bowling to Brian. So about to pick up now, and they are taking their positions in the field. Fairly defensive field, because they only have 17 runs to defend for first inning, which is a very important in this game, because you know, if we don't get an outright victory, the first point is what determines who are the champions. Just to remind you that Excelsior, they are the defending champions for the Spaulding Cup. Last year in Kingston at Melbourne, they defeated Manchester High School. So it's Marcus Scott in, bowls to Brian, and just pushes it forward into the offside, and it is fielded there. The ball is thrown to the wicketkeeper. He came across. Somehow he held. Comical way to begin the first. The score remains at 110, 104. Brian, he's on 67. That's Tyree Bryan. And Kevin Brown, yesterday, he faced 68 deliveries for 20 runs. And he played the sheet anchor role with his captain to put STETHS in a position now where there are only 17 runs behind on first innings. The umpires confer. I'm not sure what's happening, but we will see a ball in their hands, and they are looking. I think they have spoken to the third umpire, but we are as clueless as to what is happening. But we'll just wait and see. Just one delivery has been bowled, and the umpires, they spoke to each other. They're looking around. I'm still not sure what's happening. So Brown, you have an idea? They're signaling 5 penalty runs. What happened? Oh my goodness me, I think it's 5 penalty runs. Somebody came on back the field and did not inform the umpire. And as a result, 5 penalty runs. Now we know what happened. My goodness me. And that is not good for Excelsior. It comes in those hot balls, and it's driven nicely into the offside by Brian, starting where he left off. And he's running his first shot of the morning. And he moves on to 68. Unfortunate situation. 5 penalty runs by the Excelsior. They were penalized for someone, there was a substitute for someone who first went off, came back on and did not inform the umpire. And it's cut now. He'll be bowling to Brown. Kevin Brown faced first delivery for the comes with both full pitch delivery and drives into the offside. And there is no run. Again, goes to Brown. Full pitch delivery comes forward. There, the ball bounces off his ball. Forward shot leg. Very good delivery there from Scott. Scott comes in again. Go to Kevin Brown. Never sleep. I have a forward shot leg. He comes with the ball short and it's on the back, down the leg side. Swings at it, misses it, and the keeper stops the partial, runs down to a backward square, short backward square, and there is no run. So 1 run off the bat this morning. We also have the 5 penalty runs. So it's 115. Down balls and we push it forward. 116, 116, and that's the end over from Scott. A steady over. Just 1 run coming off it, in addition to the 5 penalty runs that we're given, and that is putting salt into the wound of Excelsior at this time. As now St. Elizabeth Technical, they're just playing by 11 runs. They got 6 runs out by 1 and 5 penalty runs. And it's a long time I've not seen the penalty runs applied. So it's 116 for 4. And Technical, they trail by 11 runs. The umpires are talking again. Not sure what happened. We'll wait and see. Not sure what's happening this morning, but we're not sure what's happening. The over's not finished. All kind of things happening there this morning. It seems as if the over was not finished. So I am not sure what's happening. It seems as if the over was not finished. The umpire called over and they are back now. So Scott will be bowling his final delivery. I think this should be the final delivery, and he bowls to Brown. Full pitch and he drives it into the offside and across nicely. And now it's the end of the over. It's 116 for 4. St. Elizabeth Technical is resuming at 110 for 4. They have moved on to 160 for 4 and they trail by 11 runs. So they just need 11 runs overhaul the first inning total that was made by Excelsior. And the aim for St. Elizabeth Technical will be to get a big lead. The aim for Excelsior is to make that lead as small as possible. And to do that, they need to get some early wickets this morning. So again, Excelsior start with spin from both ends. Nikolai Kenzie will bowling from the northern end. He comes up now and comes forward, pushes into the outside, no run. Good delivery, well played. This is going to be a cracker today. Beautiful sunshine here in St. Elizabeth, in Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth. As you look across the hills, it's a beautiful day as Inca Mackenzie bowls and Brian is forward, so back to the bowler on the onside, no run. And you can hear the cheers around the ground as STETHS try to overhaul the field and try to restrict them. Inca Mackenzie bowls and Brian is forward, pushes it into the offside, there's no one. And Brian, yes, be very careful in this inning, picking the shots, picking deliveries to play out very well. As Inca Mackenzie now bowls and he drives it into the outside. If he comes across, he fumbles. There's a chance for a run out, but the throw was not good and the bowler was not able to take the throw and it goes down, or it's backed up on the onside. And the score now moves on to 117 17, and the Brian moves on to 69, and Brown will now face Mackenzie for the first time this month. Mackenzie now comes in, bowls to Brown, full pitch delivery, comes forward, just push it back down the pitch. And Brown, he has been there for a long time. Yesterday he stayed and he batted and batted 20, and yesterday he faced overstayed deliveries. He has now faced 73 deliveries. As he comes and bowls down the left side, cheap side. It goes down to backward square. The fielder comes across, misses it, but none of Venom, and they decided against risking thing. So that's the end of over number 42. End of over number 42. St. Elizabeth Technical 117 for 117 for 4, trailed by 10 runs. And Scott it is, the will take up the ball, continuing from the southern end. Started this morning, first over cost 1. Remember the 5 penalty runs for infringement by the team. And Scott will into the captain St. Elizabeth High School team and the Brian. So Scott, skipper to skipper, balls, which delivery comes forward, push it into the outside. He took the outer edge of bat and just rolls into the outside. Run. Of course, they never fail to use their spinners, even though they have a pacer. As Scott comes in now, balls to Brian. And that one kept low. Brian left it alone to be taken by the keeper. You see Brian trying his best to concentrate. He's really after a big one to want to take his team into a position where they can lose. But the skipper of Excelsior has other ideas as he comes in the ball, flight head, and he's left alone outside the house, comes through to be taken by the keeper. Scott is trying to keep Brian outside the stump, and he has skipped. You have a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, and a long on. And he comes bowls, and he puts it into the outside, good delivery, well played, no run. Very good cricket here this morning, as it is captain as Scott from Excelsior comes in, Brian comes to the tip. He tries to find it, moves very quickly. That was in there for a bit, but well played. And Scott again turns, and Brian does some gunning as Scott comes in now to bowl to Tyreek Brian. He comes bold. Length, and he's on the back foot, crosses it through the outside. The fielder comes around and does well, and they get a single. Score goes up 118, 118 for 4. But they started 110 since morning. They have added 8 runs, and that's the end of the over from Scott. The tidy over, just 1 run coming off it. His first over also was 1 run, but of course they have time, and St. Technical, they are very careful to ensure that they overhaul this 127 before they start launch into the board. Of course, Brian is 70, and Brown is still on 20 from yesterday. And Nikolai Mackenzie will continue from the line, and will be bowling to Tyreek Brian, the skipper of St. Elizabeth Technical. Mackenzie now comes in, he has a slip, and he comes bowls with pitch delivery and brush forward, put it onto the onside, no run. This is good cricket here, bowling, good batting. As in comes Mackenzie now, comes in, bowls to Brian, good length delivery is forward, the ball bounces a bit and he plays it well, pushes it into the side, and there is no run. Good bowling here by Mackenzie, good batting too by Brian, as Mackenzie now comes in, up to the wicket, bowls, good length delivery, and he comes forward and just runs it down into the outside, and there is no target here. Good bowling and good batting. And of course, Mackenzie has found a very good length. Not too full, not too short, just on the right length. And Brian has been playing well, coming forward. Mackenzie now comes in to wicket bowls. And he comes forward. To the outside, it goes towards the third man. They take one. They're thinking of a second and they get a second quite easily. Well done. And like 2 runs added to the total. And the score now goes up to 120 for 4. And they trail by 7. That one was a little bit shorter than the others as Mackenzie comes in now. And he bowls to Brian. Good length and he drives it into the offside nicely and gets an easy single. He walks a single. And the score goes up to 121 for 4. And they trail by only 6. So it brings Brown into strike now. He'll be facing Mackenzie, who comes over the wicket now. As Empire bowls. Let delivery and Brown is forward to the outside. And he made a few steps down the wicket and he was back quickly by his skipper, who said no. And that is the end of the over. So at the end of the over, St. Elizabeth Technical starting the day at 110. They started at 110 for 4. They have moved on to 121 for 4. And they are just 6 runs away from gaining first in point here at St. Elizabeth Technical. Remember, these two came together when the score was 40. Of course, Brian, he was there from the beginning. He's an opening batsman. He faced the first way. He's the skipper, and he's there fighting for his team. Brown must be commended for staying with his skipper, facing so many deliveries, and still there, not worried about score, but just to be there with his skipper to ensure that his team gets first innings. Then they will take it from there. So it is Scott now, who's coming in from the southern end, and he bowls to Brian with a delivery outside the off stump, and Brian leaves it alone. It goes through to be taken by the keeper. Encouragement there. I think Scott will try to bring that one back into the left-hander, but of course he is an off-spin bowler and usually takes away from the left-hander, but he should have the other one and bowl it straight. But in he comes now, Scott, up to wicket bowls. Full pitch driven to the outside. It's fielded. There's no run. The score remains 121 for 4. In he comes now, Scott bowls. And Brian is on the back foot, hits it through the outside, beats one. The fielder comes around from off the long off boundary, picks it up, and they only get a single. 122 now for Brian is on 74, and Brown, he is still on 20 yesterday. But of course, Brown is going to stay and stay. They're going to wait until they overhaul this 127 before you might see them getting a little bit freer in their batting. But here comes the Marcus now, bowls to Brown. Down the left side, hits it nicely down towards the boundary. They take one, they're thinking of a second, and the fielder is onto it now, and they decide against it. It's a single. The first run this morning for Brown. Played nicely through the onside, the on drive. He gets a single, he moves on to 21. And the score moves on to 123 for 4. And it brings Brian into strike now. Brian on 74. I mean, people never speak about this, but let me say, he's moving towards his 3/4. He's on 74 as the Scott now comes in. Bowls to Brian. Full pitch delivery, comes forward, drives it back to the bowler who feels, bounce off his foot over into the outside, and the player tidies up, and the score remains 123 for 4, and they trail only 4 runs. As DeMarcus Scott now comes in, bowls to Tyreek Brian. Full pitch delivery, hits it, oh my goodness, I thought it was caught. It went through the hands of the field and into the boundary for 4, and that means that St. Louis Technical, they move on to 127 for 4, and the scores are now level. 127 for 4. That was powerfully struck. It was a full toss. The fielder dived across. A ball one moment I thought he had it covered, but into the boundary, 4 runs. And that would have been a stunning catch had he taken it. It went into the boundary, and that takes St. Elizabeth to 127, and the scores are now level. And of course, STETHS breathe a sigh of relief there. And it's those kind of catches that win matches. And I can see the assistant coach from Excelsior just let out a deep breath and say, it only happened. But that's the name of cricket. And we start again, and it is Mackenzie who's going to continue, and he comes, goes to Brown, comes forward, pushing in the offside. And just let you know, that was the final delivery of the over from Scott. That was struck to the boundary by Brian. And of course, Brian is now on 78, and Brown is on 21. As Mackenzie now waits as the keeper makes some adjustment to his glove, and we all wait as Mackenzie comes in, goes to Brown to the left, and he shifts it onto the leg side. He's running down the pitch to take a single, and it's fielded there, and the batsmen seem confused, but of course it's been sent back Brown, and no harm done. Despite the excitement, the score remains on 127 for 4 as Mackenzie now comes in up to the wicket, bowls to Brown, shot, and he hits it into the onside, a bit aerial. The forward shot leg was quite close, and somebody said to catch it, but he was not able to, and there's no run. The score remains 127. And notice that since they've leveled the score, Brown seems to have the tendency to take more risk as Mackenzie comes in, both to him, and he drives into the outside, comes off the outer part of the bat, and it goes down towards the third man. The fielder comes around, picks it up, and there is a 1 run, and therefore St. Elizabeth Technical is now leading by 1 run, and Brown moves on to 22. The score goes on to 128 for 4. It brings Brian into strike. Brian, who is now on 78, inching ever so closer to what would be an excellent century. But let's wait and see. It's a long way to go. As Mackenzie have other ideas, who comes up now, bowls to Brian, full pitch, and he's on the back foot, punch it out into the offside. They take 1, and that's all they'll be as they walk the single. He moves on to 79, and the score goes up to 129 for 4. And Brown comes into strike now, and he'll be facing Mackenzie. Mackenzie has been bowling quite well, but I am impressed with the way St. Elizabeth Technical approached this inning this morning. Driven to the offside by Brown. Misfield, but there's a backup fielder, there's no run. The score remains 129 for 4, and that's the end of the over. So if you're just joining us, just to let you know that yesterday St. Elizabeth Technical won the toss and they decided to field. They bowled out Excelsior for 127, and yesterday they were 110 for 4. That was the overnight score. Since then they have moved on to 129 for 4, overhauling the Excelsior High School score, and now leading by 2 on first inning, and they have done well. The skipper, Tyreek Bryan, he has played extremely well. He's now on 78, and with him Kevin Brown. Kevin Brown, who has been there from yesterday, who have faced more than 70 deliveries, and he's on 22. As Scott comes in with the new over now, bowls to Bryan, and he leaves it outside the off stump, just shows his arm and allows it to go to the keeper. You can see that Bryan is concentrating. He wants to play this 100. He wants to take his team to give a big lead. But Scott, with other ideas, comes in now. Skipper to skipper, bowls. And it's the back foot. That one kept a little bit low. Hits it into the onside. And it's well fielded there. There's no run. And Excelsior on their toes now as they try to get this breakthrough, because they know it will make a big difference. Early breakthrough. This first hour is critical for both teams. As Scott comes in now, bowls to Bryan, and he drives it into the outside, almost yorked himself, as he came forward and the ball dipped on him and he just pushed it into the offside. You can see he was originally setting himself up to make a big hit, but the ball dipped suddenly. Good delivery there from Scott as he comes in again, bowls to Brian. And he comes forward, pushes it on the onside. Good delivery, good length ball. Scott is now on a roll. And Brian is also batting very carefully and very well this morning. He walks away to get his concentration together. He looks around and he's ready now. Taps away at the wicket now and waits as Scott. And he bowls to Brian. Faster delivery and he hits it through the offside. The fielder is coming around. He will not catch it today. I have my doubts about tomorrow and certainly not next week. That was a lovely shot by Brian. Hits it through the offside, the off drive. 4 runs. And he now moves into the 80s. Long. That was a lovely shot by Brian, and Scott tries again. And Brian is now on 83 as Scott comes in now. Also in full pitch delivery, and he plays nicely onto the onside, but it's well fielded, and the fielder flashes the return back to the keeper. Aggression being showed here to Excelsior as they seek to try and get Brian. And really the person between Excelsior and a small lead. They already have a lead, and the question is, how big a lead will Santa Technical High School get? Will it be one to pressure Excelsior, or will it be something like what they had in the St. Jago match with Excelsior where there was a lead of only 12? We just have to wait and see. And Nikolai Mackenzie is going to continue from the northern end. He bowled into Kevin Brown, who is on 22. His overnight score was 20. He has added 2 since today. Move on to 22. And of course, Brian is on 83. 133 133 for 4 as Mackenzie comes in, bowls to Brown. He comes forward, pushes it into the offside, and it bounces and goes to the person who is feeling at. I would say that's a silly point, or a silly mid-off, as in he comes now, bowls. He comes forward and that one edges and goes into the offside. They're putting some pressure on Brown now. So it's 133 for 4, or 47.2 overs, St. Elizabeth Technical. Remember that Excelsior, they batted for 46.5 overs. Excelsior batted longer, and they're 133 as Mackenzie comes in, bowls to Brown, and he comes forward, misses it, beats him outside the off stump, goes through to be taken by the keeper. 133 for 4, St. Elizabeth Technical in response to 127 made by Excelsior. And they are now leading by 6 runs as in comes Mackenzie, bowls to Brown, full pitch. He comes forward and misses it, and it goes through to be taken by the keeper. He's beaten all ends up there. And good over so far from Mackenzie. Brown is coming forward and missing. But he still lives to fight on. He's still there. He's on 22 from 85 deliveries as in comes Mackenzie now. Up to the wicket, bowls to Brown. Good length ball. He's on the back foot and just plays it back along the pitch. And there is no run. He's on 22 from 86 deliveries. 133 for 4, St. Elizabeth Technical. And Brown must be commended for a very good innings. He stayed there with his captain as Mackenzie now comes in, bowls to Brown. Foot between the sweeps out. He comes towards backward square and it's fielded there. There's no run. And that's the end of the over. 133 for 4. At the end of over number 48. Kevin Brown on 22. And Harry on 43. And Mackenzie 17 overs, 4 maidens, 38 runs, 3 wickets. The Marcus Scott 18 overs, 3 maidens, 48 runs, 1 wicket. And it seems as if there is going to be a change in bowling, as Scott has now bowled 18 overs and has taken 1 for 48. And the new bowler is Giovanni Gray. He only bowled 6 overs yesterday and 1 maiden, 16 runs, no wicket. He bowled 6 overs yesterday, and of course Mackenzie, he bowled 17 so far from the 14 yesterday. and it is now Giovanni Gray, the young man who has done very well in the Senior Cup, and he will taking up this bowling now from the southern end, and he will be bowling to Tyreek Brand, who is on 83 from 152 balls at 10-4. This is a cracker as Gray, the right arm off spin who looks like a left arm. He runs up with the ball in his left hand, swings it across, passes to the right hand, and a very interesting run up. Yes, here comes, put it in the right hand now, and then he comes bowls, and Brian comes forward with delivery, pushes it back down the pitch, all along the ground, and there is no run. Giovanni Gray now comes into bowl to Tyreek Brian. With leg delivery, Brian is very careful, just pushes it into the outside. There is no run. This is the kind of cricket that you love to watch. Intriguing cricket. Really, really fight between and ball. As Gray comes in now, bowls, and Brian the back foot punches it back to the bowler who fields. No runs, 3 deliveries so far, no run added. 133 for 4. Bowling by Gray, with batting by Brian. The Gray comes in now, bowls to Brian. Full pitch on the leg side, and he hits it down the leg side and hits it towards backward square. It's going towards the boundary. It goes into the boundary now. 4 runs. A lovely shot by Brian. And that was the one bad delivery ball down the leg side. Full pitch. And Brian was on a flash and hit into the backward square leg and into the boundary. 4 runs to backward square leg. And he moves on now to the Australian dreaded number 87. He's on 87, 137 for 4. And they trail. They lead by 10. The Stats ever heard me. Stats are now leading by 10 runs. And he comes bowls to Brian and he's on the back foot, pushing in the offside. There's no run. 137 for 4. St. Elizabeth Technical lead by 10 runs. Still have 6 wickets in hand.
That was the first bad delivery from morning.
And it's dispatch as in comes Gray bowls. And he hits it in the air. It's coming towards me. It's going to damage us 6 runs. A lovely shot there by Brian. He came forward and he hits it down to long off into the boundary. 6 runs over the boundary. And it was coming up near to our camera here. And Mr. Brown, he was trembling because he thought his camera was going to be damaged. That was a fantastic shot, Brian, showing his class. And he moves into the 90s. Brian moves into the 90s. He's on 93. And you see him measured and he waited on Gray. And he waited on Gray there, and he bowled one bad one down the leg side. He hit him for 4, and this one was a full pitch delivery, and he came forward and hit him for 6. Lovely batting here by Tyreek Bryan. 93 from 158 deliveries, 11 fours and 1 6. 43 for 4, and St. Elizabeth Technical, they lead by 16 runs. End of the over. And of course, that's a 100 partnership. That 6 brings up the 100 partnership also. So it's a 103 partnership in 202 deliveries between Brown, who is on 22, and Brian, who is on 93. And it's Mackenzie now, who is going to continue from the northern end, and he'll be bowling to Brown on 22 from 87 deliveries. He comes bowls and he drives it into the outside, it bounces into the point fielder, and there is no run. I mentioned the 87 when Brian was on it to say it's the Australian dreaded number. He didn't stay on it at all. He hit the ball for 6. He did not want to be on 87 for long.
Maybe he was nervous.
Bowl, and he sweeps at this one ground. He's going towards the boundary. They take one. They're coming back for the second. Will they take on the arm of the bowler? Brian was keen on it, but Brown says no. We have come too far to turn back. And the score moves on to 145 for 4. And Brown moves on to 24. Brian is on 93. And a very, very good partnership here between these two. 105 partnership. And this partnership has really, really turned the game in the favor of St. Elizabeth Technical High School. But there's lots and lots of cricket left. You never tell what will happen, because if Excelsior come and bat in there, so Stats will have to eat up time now. They are leading, and they will want to bat for as long as possible in this first inning, because to bat last on this pitch will not be a good thing. So it is Mackenzie now comes in and he bowls to Brown, and Brown comes forward, pushes it on the outside. There's a field at slip point right on the bat there, and I guess he's well insured as Excelsior is a rich school. So the score is 145 for 4. As Mackenzie comes in now, bowls to Brown, full pitch delivery, and he's on the front foot, pushes it into the side. There's no. Brown has done very well. He's on 24 from 91 deliveries. And that's in their century partnership. As in comes Mackenzie now, bowls to Brown, and he comes forward. And based on the reaction of the bowler, it seemed like he was dropped. Mr. Brown? Based on the reaction from the bowler,
it appears that he was dropped.
Got the edge and they put it down.
Yeah, and Dua is not having a good game any at all.
Okay, that's the second time.
Third catch is, I think, is dropping.
Third chance.
Yes,
Oh my goodness me. Wow, wow. And the Excelsior team looking dejected now, but of course they have a lot of time left in this game. As in comes Mackenzie now, goes to Brown. Brown comes forward and whoa, my goodness me, and they are clapping and cheering. Good bowling here by Mackenzie. And through to the keeper, batsman beat New Orleans up, and the score is 145 for 4. St. Elizabeth Technical leading by 18 runs. And that's more than the 12 that was the difference between St. Jago and Excelsior in their finals of the Sunlight. So, seems as if there's going to be, is there a change in bowling? Let me see. Or is it? Alright, let's wait and see. So the score is 145 for 4 in response to 127 made yesterday by Excelsior. And if you remember, St. Elizabeth Technical, they were 110 for 4 overnight, trailing by 17 runs. Now they are leading by 18 runs. They have moved on to 145 for 4. And Tyreek Bryan has moved up to 93, and Brown, who was on 20, is on 24.
And they have immediately pulled Gray out of the attack.
Oh. So it's Tariq Forbes who is now bowling. Gray just bowled 1 over. And Forbes now is in his second over. He bowled 1 yesterday. And he is now coming to bowl to Skipper, who's on 93. In comes Forbes. Bowl pitch delivery, drives it into the outside. Nice, lovely looking shot. Smooth shot there. And they get a single, which takes Bryan on to 94, and they score to 146 for 4. And it's Forbes, I think he's a former high school student, he's now at Excelsior, applying his trade.
Just wondering about Williams. Williams bowled well yesterday afternoon.
Well, you should just wonder about pace. Excelsior don't like to use pace. They love spin.
I think there's a theory that STETHS is poor to spin.
Prone to spin. Oh, yes. Well, it's not showing here. Forbes, but remember that Tyreek Bryan is a very experienced player. I don't think Brown has been exposed much this year, but I am impressed the way he has about his winning. In bowls to Brown, he drives it into the offside, there's no run. Brown remains on 24 from 94 deliveries. The score is 146 for 4. As we come now forward, both about on the back foot, and that one kept a little low and it's into the outside. I think he should have been forward there, and he was on the back foot. On pitch, it's best if you play forward, especially best you play forward, because the ball can bounce and it can also keep low. You're not sure which one has Forbes come in, and he's on the back again, Brown, and just stops delivery in front of him. It's a danger there. He's flirting with danger there as he plays on the back foot. He should be playing on the front foot, Mr. Man.
He's on the back foot. He's watching the ball very, very closely.
Yes. As in comes Forbes now, bowls to Brown, and he comes forward this time and plays it nicely back along. That's the end of the over. At the end of over number 51, St. Elizabeth Technical, in response to 127 made by Excelsior, they are 146 for 4, and they are leading by 19 runs here in Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth. And today it's brilliant, brilliant sunshine here, and you can see the umpires walking slowly in the sunshine, and the players. It's really, really hot down here on the play field, and we're happy that we're not out in the sun like them, but we're still feeling the heat, and it's hotter than yesterday, and it's early. Yesterday was a cooler day, it was overcast for part of the day, but let's see what will happen later on. I think it's Mackenzie who's going to continue 18 overs, 3 for 40. Comes in, goes to Brian, he's forward, 50 on the outside. Some people might say Brian is just one shot away from the century as we welcome Mr. Darren Powell, who is the former West Indies and Jamaica international player. And he comes now, goes, and he hits it back past the ball and he's going to get a single. And the score moves on to 147 for 4. Okay, and Brian there, he was able to get 2, and the score is 147. 147 is for 4. Mackenzie now. Brian is on 96, he comes forward, pushes back to the bowler. 96 from 162. Great anticipation here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School as their skipper is on 96, just one stroke away from a century. And the first fine leg is vacant as when he comes now, bowls, and he sweeps it down there as I made that it was vacant. And he hits it, going toward the boundary. They take 1, they take 2, it's very, very close to the boundary. Well done by the fielder, and they are going to take 3. My goodness me, they could even take 4 because the fielder is down and the next fielder is coming back. And it's 4 runs, all run 4 runs. All run 4 runs, and that is the 100 for Tyreek Brand, captain. 164 deliveries, 1-6. A wonderful innings here at St. Louis Technical. And the lead in this Spaulding Cup final here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School. Tyreek Bryan, 100 not out from 164 deliveries, 12 fours and 1-6. Wonderful, excellent innings here, and he has played very, very well. In difficult times, he came in, his team 127 behind, and of course they lost 4 quick wickets, 40 for 4, and they have taken the score from 40 to 152. They have a partnership of 112, and STETHS is now leading. STETHS is now leading by 25 runs with 6 wickets in hand. And Mackenzie now comes in, bowls to Brian, full pitch delivery, and he drives it down the onside, and the fielder misfield, but Brian was not paying attention, and therefore he did not see the opportunity to get the single. I think more basking in the glory of the century. He expected the fielder to pick it up cleanly. He turned his back, and it was his call, and he did not see what was happening.
Still celebrating the 100 there, Mr. Davis.
Yes, oh yes, basking in the glory. That's a very good 100. That's an excellent 100.
You recall yesterday I said no batsman.
Yes, and you have been proven. I know that Brian would have done it though. I told you from the first ball he faced, I said he was looking very determined, and he sweeps us this one. Oh my goodness, he went in there, the fielder died, bounced it in the air and was trying to retrieve it, but Brian is very lucky. He's riding his luck now, and they get a single. And coach is not pleased. It's 101 for Tyreek Brand. Kevin Brown is still on 24, and it's 153 for 4. It's getting exciting here. So coach is there getting animated, talking to his cricketers, the youngsters, let them know that they shouldn't give up because STETHS is only leading by 26, and 1 or 2 quick wickets can make a big difference, and they would want to cut the lead to below 50 in order for them to have a good chance of winning this game, because there's no point in them playing defensive now because they have lost first innings and the only chance they have is to win outright. But they have done it already. They did it in the finals against St. Diego. That's the Sunlight, and they believe that they can do it again. So once again, Excelsior find themselves behind as they did in the finals of the Sunlight, and they came back. Let us see what will happen here as they are in St. Elizabeth, and the sun is just as hot as Kingston. And it's Tariq Forbes now who comes in, bowls to Brian, and he comes forward and just puts on the outside. And of course, Mr. Darren Powell is here, very animated, I think Forbes now bowls to Brian, full pitch, and he hits it into the inside. Well fielded there, no run. I think he should have done better with that one. It was full pitch and he could have found gap. There's no run. And Brian now waits as in comes Forbes, bowls to him and back foot, and he hits it in the air but down the offside, and they get an easy single. They move to 154 and Brian moves on to 102. And you will find that Brian will be now prone to take more risks than before. Two things have happened good for him this morning. His team have overhauled the score that was made by Excelsior, and the second thing is that he has now passed his century. So he's now free, and I can tell you, you're going to see many more shots from Brian. He might lose his wicket, but trust me, he's going to go after it. And it is Forbes now with the ball into Brown, Kevin Brown, and he is on a 24 for 97 deliveries from Bowes, and Brown just stops that one at his feet. 98 deliveries now, and I'm counting to see when Brown reaches the century of deliveries. He's on 98 deliveries and he's on 24. And Brown now waits as in comes Forbes, Bowes, short deliveries on the back foot, just punch it down the inside, and he's going for a single, and Brian sends him back, and there's no run. That would have been suicide. He moves on to 99 deliveries now. 24 is on from 99 deliveries. As in comes Forbes. As Forbes now. It's ready to bowl to Brown. Brown on 24 from 9 deliveries. 1-4. And in comes Forbes now. Bowls to Brown. And he leaves it outside the stump, and he was very, very, very close to the stump, and the bowler put his hand on his head. But that was well judged by Brown. Well judged by Brown. And he has faced 100 deliveries for 24, a strike rate of 24, and 1-4. He's on 24. Brian is 102, 169 deliveries with 12 fours and 1-6. St. Elizabeth Technical High School, 154 for carries for 3 overs, no maiden, 5 runs, no wicket, and Nikolai Mackenzie 19 overs, 4 maidens, 47 runs, 3 wickets. And Nikolai Mackenzie is going to continue from another end. Bowling to Tyreek Brian, who is on fire now, because now he's on 100, 102. As in comes Mackenzie, bowls to Brian, and he drives it into the offside. No. I want to comment on the 100 though. That was a very good 100 by him. He was very patient, and he waited for deliveries as in comes from no ball. He comes forward, pushing the outside, and he's batting like a man with purpose there. Tyreek Brian, batting with like a man with on a mission for his school. As in comes Mackenzie now, and he comes in, bowls to Brian, short, and he's on the back, hits it on the onside, and there is no run. He runs away from the stump as is typical with him, and he goes back to the very young man. And the next over will be the drinks break. I did say that the first hour would be very important, and so far STETHS have won the first hour hands down. As in he comes now, bowls, and Brian comes forward, punches it into the offside, and there's no run. So here comes Mackenzie now, bowls to Brian, and he leaves it alone out the offside to be taken by the keeper. 154 for 4, 53.5 overs. St. Elizabeth Technical High School from Parish of St. Elizabeth against Excelsior from Kingston. As in comes Mackenzie now, bowls to Brian, full pitch delivery, and he just comes forward and plays it into the onside defensively. And that's the end of the over number 54. And the score is 154 for 4. St. Elizabeth Technical started morning at 110 for 4. They started at 110 for 4 this morning, and they have moved on to 154 with Kevin Brown moving from his overnight total of 24, and of course the skipper Tyreek Brian moving from 67 overnight to 102 not out in 175 deliveries, 12 fours and 1 6. So St. Elizabeth Technical 154 for 4 in response to 127 made by Excelsior and St. Elizabeth Technical. They're leading by 27 runs, and their skipper Brian is still, and Kevin Brown, who has played a mammoth innings facing 100 deliveries, is still there. He is on 24, and I'm certainly saying that the morning so far has definitely gone to STETHS completely, and commendations to these 2 batsmen, Tyreek Bryan and Kevin Brown. They have done very well for their team and must be commended. I would encourage Excelsior, what they need to do now is to tighten up and to try and get some quick wickets so that they can be in the point. They want to cut down the lead to as small as possible, preferably below 50, and if they do that, then they'll be still in striking distance. But again, if you are just joining us here in St. Elizabeth, Santa Cruz, we have beautiful weather, lovely sunshine, and the spectators are a little bit more than yesterday, a few more, and we give thanks for that, and we encourage you to come down, because this is a crucial day in this match. This day will determine if we go into a third day, and the lead that gets will make a big difference. So again, we encourage you, just to remind you that yesterday St. Elizabeth Technical, they won the toss and they inserted Excelsior into bat, and Excelsior made 127 all out, 127 all out, and the top scorer was Nikolai Mackenzie. No, sorry, it was Scott, the Marcus Scott, it was the top scorer. Mackenzie made 19, the Marcus Scott was the top scorer, he made 39, he's the skipper, and Diddy made, I think it was 29, and today moved on from 110 for 4 overnight to 154 for 4 with their skipper Tyreek Bryan, and that is of course the most important moment of the morning. Well, the second one is Tyreek Bryan reaching his century, a well-played 100. He started from yesterday, he came back overnight on 67, he has moved on to 102, and they overhauled the Excelsior score, and they are now leading by 27. But not to be overlooked, Kevin Brown, the kind of innings that he has played, that before not out from 100 deliveries, he has been the streak anchor, staying there with his skipper, allowing his skipper the opportunity to reach a century and for them to get a lead here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School in Santa Cruz. We invite you to come on down and enjoy some cricket, lovely cricket here. So after the drink break, we're getting ready to restart. Van on 102 and Brown on 24. Yes. Yeah. Hmm? Hmm? It's in my side. So Nick Forbes is going to continue. He's coming in from the southern end and he'll be bowling Kevin Brown. He's on 24, and Forbes now comes in, bowls to Brown on the back foot and digs it out. He has been going on the back foot to Forbes, and I believe that at some point his luck is going to run out if he doesn't go on the front foot. So my encouragement to Brown would be for him to go onto the front foot, but in comes Forbes now, bowls, and he comes forward. He took my advice, he came forward, pushed to the offside, and there is no run. The score remains 154 for 4, running over number 55. And St. Elizabeth Technical High School, they lead by 27 runs. As here comes Forbes, bowls, and Brown drives it into the offside to the left of the fielder, and they take an easy single. He moves on to 25, and brings into strike Tyreek Bryan, who is on 102, And Forbes has bowled 3.3 overs, no maybe 6 runs, no wickets. So he has been very tight so far. So let us see what will happen as he faces Forbes. Let's see Brian faces Forbes now. Let's see their difference in his figures. Just 6 runs running. He has been bowling quite well so far. With 2.3 overs this morning. Forbes comes in short and Brian is forward. And they have to the front foot. It was a little short, but still on the front foot. And that is what is going to make a difference on this pitch. You have to play on the front foot because it's keeping low. But Forbes now comes in, passes the umpire, bowls, and Brian comes forward, plays it on the one side, thinks about single, but about the idea. As the healer comes in and throws the ball back to the wicket keeper, who relays it now to the bowler, Forbes. He turns at the top of his comes in now, up to the wicket. He bowls, and he goes through. And then you sit down towards the backward square boundary. They take 1, they take 2. Will they take on the field of a team? No, they are satisfied with 2. And Brian now moves on to 104. The score goes to 157. So that's the end of the over. Brian on 104. Okay, so it's 127 all out Excelsior. In response, St. Elizabeth Technical doing very well. They're on 157 for 4 and they're leading by 30 runs. And their skipper, Tyreek Brand, he has led the way. He's on 104. And of course, not to be outdone, Brown is on a quarter century. He's on 25. And Scott, who's back from he's now coming from the northern end, and he bowls to Brown, who hits it, and there's no run. So Scott now comes in, the ball to Forbes. He's on 25, short, and he's on the back foot, and he punches and misses. Should have done better with that one. I think that Forbes to look, not Forbes. I think that Brown looks better when he's defending. But let us see what happens, because he's at a point now where he thinks that he needs to attack, but he doesn't do as long as his captain is there. As Scott now goes to Brown and he comes forward and he beats him and goes through to the keeper. Scott. His 19th over. Map spell here. Comes in, bowls to Brown. Brown on the back foot, hits it past the bowler, but goes down to the field at long off, and there's no run. At mid off, no run. The score remains 158 for 4, and St. Elizabeth lead by 31 as Scott comes in, bowls to Brown. On the back foot, swings at it, misses it, and it's very close to some. Goes to the keeper. Brown walks away, looks in the air, lapsing concentration. And he turns now, comes back to the crease, and he waits as Scott comes in now, bowls, and he comes forward, and when he gets there, he turns the bat and keeps the ball down. Score remains 158 for 4. As Scott comes in now, bowls to ball, with the leg down forward, pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run. And that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, St. Elizabeth Technical, starting the day at 110 for 4. They have moved on to 158 for 4, with their skipper Tyree and moving from 67 to 104 off 178 deliveries, 12 fours and 1 6. And Kevin Brown on 25 from 110 deliveries with 1 4. So it's 158 for 4 at the end of over number 56. So it's Tariq Forbes who's going to continue from the southern end, and he bowls Now to Brian, and Brian just leaves it alone outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. And you can see that Eric Brian is really concentrating. I wonder if he's thinking about the double 100. But that's a far, far way off as Forbes comes in bowl and Brian is on the back foot, pushes it into the offside. There's no run. He has been a model of concentration. He has a few life, some of them not so easy, but it is Forbes now who comes in and bowls to Brian. He comes forward, puts it on the onside. Fielder comes around, they get an easy single. He moves on 105. That's 105. And the score moves on to 159 for 4. And this brings Brown into strike now to face Forbes. Forbes has been bowling quite well, been very economical. 4.3 overs, no maiden. 4.4 overs, no maiden, 9 runs, no wicket. So he has been quite economical, but I would believe that this is the time that Excelsior could think of bringing Williams into the attack. As in comes Forbes, Brown on the back foot. And Brown, he is animated because he thought he had his man. But Brown's been playing him on the back foot, not missing any. And so far so good. As here comes Forbes now, bowls to Brown, and he comes forward and drives it back to the ball. Almost knocked himself though, one almost went through, but Brown he was able to get some bat on it and play it back down the pitch, all along the ground. As here comes Forbes now, up to the wicket, bowls to Brown, full pitch, comes forward, pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 158 for 4. 158 for 4. St. Elizabeth Technical in response to 127 made by Excelsior, and they are now leading by 31 runs. Scott now into his 20th over. The Marcus comes in now, bowls to Brian, and he just gets back and just paddle the ball, just push it back to bowler in an unconventional way. I'm not sure if he's getting tired, but that shot did not show much purpose as he does some gardening and is now ready as the Marcus Scott in his 20th over. Passes the line now, up to the wicket, bowls, and Brian hits it through the offside. It goes towards the boundary, take 1. If he's heavy out there, they take 2. And that's all they will be. So 2 runs to the total. And the score now goes to 160. 160 for 4. And Brian moves on to 104. And Brian is doing some dressing up there. I think he needs some attention. He took off his gloves. He's now fixing them back and getting ready. As it is the Marcus Scott. His 30th over. He comes in now and he bowls to Brian, who comes forward and just pushes it onto the offside, and there is no run. I mean, Brian has been a model of concentration in this match. So he's moving in and not sure if he's getting some cramps, but he has been there from yesterday, and he wakes up. Skipper of Excelsior comes in, skipper off down the leg side, and he sweeps at it, and it goes over the head of the field, like going towards the boundary. Will it get there? It gets there now, into the boundary, 4 runs. That was not the best shot that he has played this morning, and over the head of the fielder, and it was not well timed, and therefore it went slowly into the boundary, and the fielder was chasing, and it went organized and close to him. He could not get it. All of that running was in vain, and Brian Brand now moves on to 111 and the score goes up to 165 for 4. It's Scott again. Comes in, goes to Brian. And Brian just leaves it outside the off stump to be taken by the keeper. Now when he just comes across and shoulders his arms and allows it to go through to the keeper. Looking very good even though he's on 111 and looking quite fresh now. As here comes Scott, the skipper of Excelsior, trying to get the skipper of St. Elizabeth Technical. And he comes in now, up to the wicket, and he bowls short, and Brian is on the back foot, punts it on the offside, and the fielder dives across and stops it. And they were not able to get any run, so the score remains 165 for 4, and Brian is on 1-1-1. And the St. Elizabeth Technical, they lead by 38 runs. The lead is getting bigger. Watch this lead. If it reaches 100, Excelsior will be in trouble, but they're leading by 38 now. 100 is far off, but still Excelsior needs to get a wicket at this time. If they don't, this first hour here has gone to St. Elizabeth Technical. Let's see what will happen in the second hour. So that's the end of the over. The Marcus Scott, he has bowled 20 overs. The skipper of Excelsior, the Marcus Scott, 20 overs. 3 maidens, 55 runs, 1 wicket. 20 overs he has bowled. And Forbes will now continue, and he will be bowling to Kevon Brown. Kevon Brown, who is on 25 degrees. So it is Brown now will be facing Forbes. As Forbes comes in now, bowls to Brown, full pitch delivery, and Brown is on the back foot again and puts it into the offside. We have a slipper, we have a silly point, we have a squarish short cut, and we have a mid on, long on, and short delivery. He's on the back foot, he said it, missed it, and it was very close, and the score remains on 165 for 4. And Brown will have to be careful there because he's playing on the back foot to full pitch deliveries from Forbes. I'm not sure what is happening, but in comes Forbes now, bowls, full pitch delivery, and he comes forward this time and drives it pleasantly, but the bowler comes across and fields nicely. There is no run. Good hit here. 165 for 4, St. Elizabeth Technical High School, with Kevon Brown facing, and Brown is on 25. His partner Brian is 111. As in comes Forbes now, bowls to Brown, full pitch delivery, and he hits it out towards the mid-wicket boundary. The fielder is coming around, it's in front of square, the mid-wicket fielder coming on, the square leg fielder coming on, they gets it just inside the boundary, and they are going back for the 3rd run. Well run, 3 runs taken here. Well run, and if you don't know St. Elizabeth Technical High School field, it's a big field, and the fielders were far up from where the Brown was able to get 3 runs. And he moves on to 28, and the score moves on to 168, and they now lead by 41 runs. The lead is moving close to 50, and STETHS, they have played out the first hour this morning without losing a wicket, and I can see that Excelsior, they are getting a bit worried now and concerned as Forbes comes in now to bowl to Brian. Full pitch delivery, and he hits it hard down the wicket. 4 runs, straight drive. That's a powerful shot there by Tyreek Bryan into the boundary. 4 runs. The fielder was close to move. By the time the fielder moved, the ball has hit the rope, and he just had to come to retrieve that delivery. Well played by Bryan. Lovely shot. He moves on to 115, and the score goes up to 172 for 4. And St. Elizabeth Technical, they're leading by 45 runs. That was a powerful shot there from Tyreek Bryan, showing no effects of being tired, even though he has been batting from yesterday. So it is Forbes who was very economical. He comes in now, he bowls to Bryan short, and he hits it into the offside. They go through for a very quick single. They're thinking about a second. The fielder is but not sufficient for them to get a second. And now he moves on to 116. It's 173 for 4. And St. Elizabeth Technical, they are leading by 46 at the end of that over from Forbes. 6 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, no wicket, and 173 for 4. And Excelsior will have to do something quickly because it's running away from them. At St. Elizabeth Technical, they are leading by 46 runs at the end of over number 59, 173 for 4. Here comes now, Bowes, that's Scott. Bowes to Brian, and he hits it into the boundary at backward square, 4 runs. He's on fire now. Brian is on fire. Brian now moves on to 120. And the score is 177. The lead goes up to 50. STETHS is now leading by 50 runs. And they still have their 6th wicket in hand. What a partnership it has been. 120 for Tyree Brian, Kevin Brown on 28, and a partnership of 137 for the 5th wicket. Now it is 12. The fielder's now on the boundary, and the backward square and mid wicket on the boundary. As Scott comes in now, Bowes to Brian, and he just leaves it outside the off to be taken by the keeper. Not taken cleanly, but stops it and prevent any bye. As we have a slip now, we have a backward point. We have, it's really a gully, and it is Scott now comes in, Bowes to Brian, short, and he's on the front foot this time and push it into the outside. The score is 177 and over number 60. And Brian is on 120, and I think he's thinking of the double. And he comes now, Bowes, and swings at it and misses it, goes through to be taken by the keeper. And that seems like a rush out there from Brian, losing concentration, missing completely. It's 120 he's on, he can't come too far to turn back now as in comes Scott up to the wicket, Bowes to Brian. And he comes forward and punches it into the offside where it's well fielded by the fielder, moving to his right. Fielded cleanly. There's no run. Great cricket here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School. We need spectators to come on down. This is a match that I'm sure if you come, you'll take out some money and pay to see it because it's such a good game going on. And Brian is forward, puts it back to Scott, who kicks it across because it's the end of the over. And at the end of over number 60, St. Elizabeth Technical High School, 177 for 4. 177 for 4 in response to 127 made by Excelsior. And therefore they are leading by exactly 50 runs with 6 wickets in hand. And now STETHS is thinking about a lead of up to 150. It is not far-fetched, Mr. Brown. But it could also be a lead of under 100 depending on how Excelsior bowl. But I think it's time for Excelsior to bring in on the pace bowler at this time. Just to see what will happen. Just to do something different. It's spin, spin and more spin. And it looks like Forbes will continue. Carry Forbes from the southern end. And Kevin Brown is on 28. He has been solid, 114 deliveries he has faced. So here is Forbes now. Goes to Brown and Brown comes forward. Push it into the offside, and even though Brown has been there for 115 deliveries, they still have a silly point there for him. That's how defensive he has been. And here comes Forbes now, and he goes to Brown. And Brown on the back foot and hits it through the offside. They take one. The ball is going just away to the boundary, and they come back for a second. Brown now moves on to 30. Kevin Brown to 30. A well-played 160 deliveries he has played. 179 for 4 St. Elizabeth as they lead by 52 runs. As Forbes now gets ready. He's coming in to bowl to Brown. The fielders are coming in also. And of course, it's a more attacking field for Brown as he flights it outside the off stump and Brown comes across, pushing the offside and they go through for a quick. It goes up to 180.
Move those
180 for 4.
Yes, so that's like a 10.
180 for 4. St. Elizabeth Technical. And you know, yesterday when they were 40 for 4, we did not dream that we'll be here this morning with St. Elizabeth Technical 180 for 4. As Forbes comes in now, bowls to Brian. Flighted delivery, and he hits it straight. The fielder is coming, dives across, he cannot get it. It goes into the boundary. It is 4 runs. Okay, moves on now to 124, and the score goes up to 184 for 4, and the lead goes up to 57. Leading by 57.
So STETHS have moved from being marginal ahead to being command of this.
Oh yes, remember this morning they were 110 and they have moved on to 184. Can you imagine? As Forbes comes in, fighting back foot, he plays it into the onside and there is no run. This is a well played innings by Brian, but I don't want us to overlook what has been done by Kevon Brown. Kevon Brown has stayed there with his captain. He has done all that's asked of him to do. He is a 31 from 117 deliveries with 1-4, and he's still there. As in come forward, bowls to Brian, he pushes into the outside and takes a quick single. Well done, using soft hands there. You can see the experience, soft hands, and taking off for a single at the end of the over, so he comes over. 185-4. They lead by 58 runs. St. Elizabeth Technical High School. The Marcus got 21 overs, 3 maiden, 69 on 1 wicket. And Tariq Forbes has completed 7 overs, no maiden, 25 runs, no wicket. He was very tight in the first few overs, but as Brian cut loose, his figures have been slightly disturbed. So it has gone up to 25 of 7 overs. So it's 185 for 4 at this time of 61 overs. St. Elizabeth Technical High School in response to 127 all up made by Excelsior. And I think it was a disappointing first inning score by Excelsior. And that has set the stage for St. Elizabeth Technical to really dig in. And yesterday when STETHS were 40 for 4, we all felt that Excelsior, yes, they were doing well, but this partnership has really done extremely well. And Williams is now coming into the attack for his 4th over. With the 4th over of pace, he was today for 10 runs. Now he's been brought into the attack. We did mention that Excelsior needs to try something with their pace bowler, and here comes Williams. He's bowling from the opposite end which he bowled yesterday. Not sure if it will make a difference, but Williams is on and we're happy to see him. And let us see if Brian is happy to see him too. So here comes Williams now. First of the morning for him. Williams comes in bowls down the leg side. Well, it's actually on the leg stump and it's played into the onside by Brian. A short delivery. Initially he thought of pulling it and then he changed his mind. There's nobody on the mid wicket or the square leg boundary, so he can afford to. The person is at fine leg, so he can afford to hit it because there's nobody on the boundary here. I think they're setting a trap for him to go for it and to see if he can miscue so that they can get a catch. So a good ploy here by Excelsior, and let us see if Brian will fall for that trap. He has been there a long time. He has seen all the tricks. As he comes with up to the short down the leg side, he pushed on the inside and he goes to that, comes in quickly and attempts to shut the stump. And Brian scampers back into his crease. There is no run. 127 was made by Excelsior all out yesterday, and St. Elizabeth Technical 185 for 4, and we're in over number 62 as it is Williams, the pace bowler from Excelsior, getting his 4th over of the match out of a total of 62 overs, 58 overs of spin bowled. Here comes Williams now, bowls to Brian, short on the leg stump, and he's on his back foot and turns it into the onside towards forward square leg, and they go through for a single. He moves up to 106 and the score to 187 for 4. 186 for 4, sorry, and he's on 126. Tariq Brown, the score 186 for 4, and it brings Brown into strike, and he will be facing Williams for the first time today.
So I just all right, go ahead.
In comes Williams, bowls to Brown, and he's forward and just drops the ball in front of him. That pops off a good length, and the score remains on 186 for 4.
Soleil, I understand what you're saying, but the name that was supplied to us by ISSA had an A in it. It was Javane. So we cannot change it unless there's compelling evidence, because the name that was supplied by ISSA was JA and not JO. Thank you for pointing it out, but I hope you understand.
Williams now goes to Brown. And oh my goodness me, he plays that one down and it rolls past him and very close to the stump, his hand on his head and everybody ooh and ah. And Brown is very lucky there and he lives to fight another day. He on 31 and it would be so good to see him make a half century. That has been a very good inning. And 86 for 4.
So that's the situation, Maxine, because the reason why I even took so long to respond to you is just to double check that it's the name that came from ISSA that we have.
As in comes Williams now, ball on full pitch, and he leaves it outside the stump and it's taken by the keeper. That's the end of the over. Pretty good over by Williams. Just one run coming off it. He has bowled 4 overs, no maiden, none for 11. And Brown is on 31, Brian is on 126. Yes, you heard me. Excelsior made 127. So the next target for Brian will be what, Mr. Brown?
150.
No, man. The same score as Excelsior.
127.
Yes,
okay.
yes. He's on 126. Excelsior made, the whole team of Excelsior made 127, and Brian is on 1. So he can run for him alone to overhaul or to level with Excelsior. That is excellent. So for those persons out there, if you didn't hear that, let me just say it again. Excelsior, they made 127 all out. And the skipper from St. Elizabeth Technical, Tyreek Brand, is on 126 not out. So what that means, he needs 1 run for him alone to level the score that Excelsior made. And then he needs 2 for him to get the lead. But if you take in the context that he made 126 and the score is just 186, so you see all the others is really 60. So Forbes again, bowls to Brian and he hits it through the outside. That's a lovely shot. The fielder is coming around. Let me see if he can get it. I don't think he can get it. No, it goes into the boundary. He just gets on the back foot and slaps it through the outside. And he moves on now to 133. So he's leading STETHS by 3. Tyreek Brand is leading Excelsior by 3. Tyreek Brand alone has moved on to 130. 130 of 205 deliveries. 17 fours and 6. Tyreek Bryan, skipper of St. Elizabeth Technical High School. He has taken on this task by the scruff of the neck and he's really stepped up to the plate as a captain, playing a captain's knock for his team as far as coming flighted, and he hits it straight and well fielded. Well fielded, it down across and stops it. And that's what bowlers like to do. They let persons hit run, so they try their best to field to their own bowling, and that was well done by Forbes. As he comes in now to bowl to Brian, who's on fire. Full pitch delivery and he drives it down the outside. Well fielded again by Forbes. Forbes seems to be a good fielder, especially to his own bowling. So it's 190 for 4. St. Elizabeth Technical leading by 63 as Forbes comes in, bowls to Brian, and he's on the back foot and just runs it down for the short third man, and there's no run. The score remains 190 for 4. I did say this morning that the first hour would have been important, and St. Elizabeth Technical took that 100%. As Forbes comes in now, bowls to Brian, short, and he's on the back foot and hits it. And Forbes comes across again and stops it. It's a very good fielder. His own bowling, and there's no run. 3 times it has been struck powerfully to Forbes, and he has stopped them. This time a little bit to his right, came across. 94 now as here comes Forbes. Into moving, passes the umpire, bowls, and Brian hits it high and hard for 6. High and hard, 6 for. My goodness me, what a shot! Oh my goodness me, this young man is on fire. He's now 136 and the score goes up to 196 for 4. They started the morning at 110. They have moved on to 196. 196 they have moved on to 4. Brian, he's on fire. He has moved on to 136 from 210 deliveries with 17 4s and 2 6s.
So just before Mr. Davis come back for the start of the over, I just want to say that it appears that home advantage played a big part in the decision for STETHS to bowl first, because looking at the pitch yesterday morning and it was keeping low, one would thought that you wanted to bat first on that pitch. But they understand their own pitch and they inserted Excelsior because the pitch have clearly gotten better now to bat on. And I must say these two have had it now over 150 runs.
Williams now comes in, bowls to Brown, and he plays it into the offside, and they thought about a single. The fielder came in very quickly and no run. So you think the pitch is playing better now, or you think the batsmen just make it look because they have been there a long time?
It could be either of them, but the pitch definitely look easier. And again, you would say Brian have been dropped 5 times, so maybe that even, maybe it's not a matter the pitch is easier, but they would have probably wrapped up the innings already if they had taken their catches.
And he comes bowl and he's bowling! He's bowling! Brown is bowling! His stump is knocked out of the ground, Williams. And that is what I was talking about from morning. I said Excelsior, they need to try, they need to bring pace bowler in. He has bowled very well, but just to say that he's on his 5th over. He's in his 5th over from 64 overs to 59 overs of spin. He has bowled 5 overs and 4.2 overs now maiden, and he has taken 1 wicket for 11 runs. And I think that's an indictment on Excelsior. I don't think they have used their pace bowler well, and they did not give themselves a chance. And you were talking about the wicket. Remember that Excelsior, they are bowling spin and more spin. I believe that if they were using their pace bowler, things would have been better for them. That's just about. And you did say that they should have brought on the pace bowler a long time.
I wanted to point out something, Mr. Davis. This match, the time check is on it. So the batsman have 3 minutes between Brown being bowled and being ready to take strike. And you just heard the coach of STETHS shouting that he only have 90 seconds left. He has to be ready to take strike within 3 minutes of the dismissal. Otherwise, Excelsior can appeal and will have to leave him out.
And he's walking very slowly. Okay, it's what? Jaleel Smith? That's Jaleel Smith is the batsman walking very slowly. And Kevin Brown must be commended. He played a very, very good innings and he batted well. He stayed there with his captain. But I believe that on this wicket in the last part, he was playing too much on the back foot. He should have been forward to that delivery from the pace bowler, and he went and as a result bowled. It's a front foot wicket. If you play back, you can get in trouble. And he was playing back too often this morning. He was playing back to Forbes, and he got away with it. But this time, this bowler is bowling much faster, so of course it's more difficult. So again, I want to say that Forbes, he did very well, and because of his resilience, St. Elizabeth Technical were able to overhaul the score made by Excelsior, and he stayed there with his captain, gave him excellent support. And you can ask him, and even though he's gone, he has made a significant contribution. As the two of them, they took the score from 196. So you know that they did very well. They made over 156 partnership. You couldn't ask for better. As Williams comes in now to bowl to the new batsman Simmet, and he can bowl full pitch delivery, and Simmet is forward and pushes it onto the onside. You have to play on the front foot on this wicket. Back foot is a no-no unless it's very, very short and it's all bouncing.
As Williams walked back to the top of his mark, Mr. Davis, I want to point out that if Excelsior had appealed for the dismissal of Simmet as timeout, he would have been given out because he would have exceeded his 3 minutes.
Right? Oh my goodness. And he was walking so slowly like he doesn't know or care.
I don't think the Excelsior team knew.
Okay.
Probably they don't know.
All right. So just a reminder that the law minutes on the batter is out for the next batter reading and being ready to take strike.
The important thing is must be ready to take strike. So
and he was walking onto the field like he was, I'm not sure where he was going, like he was going to the beach. In comes William Bowl, and it's down the leg side. He leaves it alone and they go through for a bye. Not sure who this fielder was trying to throw the ball to, because the keeper was not at the stump. Or is it a keeper is getting lazy? But it's a bye signal. And the score. Yes, but that's why I'm saying it's a front pitch. You have to play on the front foot on this pitch. Okay. So Brian now facing Williams as he comes in now. Passes the umpire, Bowles down the leg side, and he flicks at it. Seems to have come off the pad. We wait on the umpire to see. I expect him to signal leg by. No signal by the umpire. So it's a single. He got some bat onto it then. And the score moves on to 198. On 30. And the new batsman Smith, Jaleel Smith, he is not yet off the mark. Must point out that he took a very long time to reach after the dismissal. So much so when we checked the timer, it was over the required 3 minutes. But of course, Excelsior did not appeal, or they probably did not know, or they just played a gentleman's game. But in comes Williams now, bowls to Smith, and he's in behind it, pushes it back along the stump. The keeper, the fielder come and shies at the stump, and it's taken by the keeper. And aggression being shown here by Williams. He's a pace bowler, and he's showing aggression. He's probably upset that he didn't get bowled earlier.
Well, his mother and another person in the live chat, they are animated that he should have been bowling a long time. But nonetheless, his mother, I'm assuming that Maxine is his mother. You know, she's very happy that he got the wicket. But there are another person who are very animated that he should have been bowling a long time.
And that includes me and you. Well, because I thought he should have bowled earlier. As a matter of fact, I would have started with him. I've seen what the spinners can do. Yeah. They bowled over 50 overs, so we know what they can do. So you should have really tried the pace. When this was just rolled and see what would happen. That's my feeling. I could be wrong, but we never can tell. Yeah. Because he got a wicket, so...
never can tell. And as I said, I would have bowled him from yesterday in the dark.
He did bowl yesterday for what, 2 overs?
3.
In comes now, bowls to Brian, and he hits it through the fielder. He misses it, touches his foot, he rolls towards the boundary, and it's 4 runs. Let's wait and see what the umpire will signal. All right, the umpire is going to check. No, I think it's okay. They get 2. No replay, so.
It can always be replaced on YouTube, so you can go back 10, 20 seconds, right?
Nikolai bowls, and
that's it. That's the beauty of YouTube. You can always go back and watch it.
The beauty of non-mainstream media.
And the beauty of non-mainstream media. That's why they don't like us, you know.
Okay, Mackenzie now comes in, bowls to Brian. And he's on the back foot, punches it through the outside. The fielder comes off the boundary now, picks it up. And it's just a single. And the score goes up to, it's 200. They reached 200 from the field before. They are now, Brian has now moved on to 130. Score is 201. 201 for 5. This is good scoring by St. Elizabeth. They're leading by 7-4.
Yes. But just to tell you though, we do have the capacity to run replay if we so desire.
Mackenzie now comes in and he bowls to Smith, and Smith is forward. Push it onto the offside.
It's a matter of resources. We don't have the manpower to do it. You know, this is a low budget operation.
Yes, but if persons are out there and they love to see that and they want to pay, then we'll be willing to do it.
Yes, well, it's really for the personnel to have somebody to be in charge of that, you know?
Okay.
Yes.
So, here comes Mackenzie now. Bowls to Smith. Full pitch, and he's on front foot, pushes it on the outside, and there's no run.
Because as you realize, there are times when the camera is still, because I am not able to rotate it that time because I have other things doing. You know, there are times now where I can rotate the camera, so that's why sometimes you'll see me following the ball and sometimes the camera is just still, because I'm multitasking.
Yes, Mr. Brown, and you're doing an excellent job, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. You are doing an excellent job.
201 for 5.
Well, you are
201 for 5 at the end of over number 65.
You are tireless with your commentary, sir.
Thank you, sir. Brian is on 140. Can you imagine? That's time I must go 105 now. 201 actually. 140, that's what? 61? No. You're talking about carrying a team on his shoulders. Like it's like Maradona in football. And Brian is going to face Williams, and this is the battle that I want to see. I've been dying for this. Williams is bowling well from the northern end, and Brian is going to be facing Williams, and he watched as Williams dismissed his partner, who they have been there from yesterday. So here comes Williams now, up to the wicket, bowls to Brian, full pitch delivery. Magnificent shot, my goodness me, he came forward and hits him six, over, long off. What a magnificent shot this is. That was my, oh my goodness. That's what we talk about, treating with this game. When you hit a pace bowler that, you know, it's disrespectful to the pace bowler. Let's see what he will respond with. Let's see how Williams will respond to this. From the ball left to the bat, it was 6. 146 now for Brian. And Williams now. Let's see how he responds. He comes in, passes the umpire, bowls outside the house ump, and Brian just leaves it alone and allows it to be taken to the keeper. Oh my goodness, we're getting hotter and hotter here. The game is getting warm. My goodness me. 146, Tyreek Brand, skipper of St. Elizabeth Technical High School. 215 deliveries, 17 fours, 3 sixes, 275. Williams now, just being hit for 6. Oh, and here comes Williams now, and he bowls to Brian, up to the ball, and he hits him. It's in the air, it goes between the two fielders, bisect two fielder, fielder comes around, he fields just inside the boundary. They take one, they turn for the second, and Brian moves on to 148. The score moves on to 209 for 5. And it's good here. You do something if you are not here. Please come on down. St. Elizabeth Technical High School. It's free for entrance. If you can't, then you are going to log on Cricket Forum so you can watch. As here come Williams now. Up to wicket, bowls to Brian and short. And just plays it onto the onside. It goes straight to the field. They thought about a single. They change their mind quickly. And Brian is getting hotter and hotter. He's doing so well. He's 148 from 218 deliveries, 17 fours, 3 sixes, 295. 209 for 5 in response to 127. The lead is 82. They are leading by 82 and they still have 5 wickets in hand. So here comes Williams. A lot depending now on Brian. As Williams comes in, goes to him short and he just pushes it on the onside. There is no run. 209 for 5. I think they are getting ready for the water break. They're for the water break. One delivery left for the water break, and we can see as Williams now. Williams comes in, passes the umpire, bowls to Brian. Good delivery, and he pushes into the outside and he goes through for a quick single. The fielder comes around, shies at the stump and it beats the keeper and it's backed up on the offside well, and the score moves on to 200 and 210 for 5, I think it is. Yeah, 210 for 5, 127 all out that Excelsior made, and Brian alone is on 149 out of that, and he alone has given a lead. And Excelsior, they have some work to do, Mr. Brown, as the water break is on us now. Mr. Brown, if you were an Excelsior student, what would you be saying to your players if you were the coach?
Well, I would. The first thing I would need to let them realize that there's still a lot of time in the match. I would try to tell them that we really need to get them out for another 20, 30 runs, and then if we can give them 120, 130, we can still win. And I think that STETHS chasing 130 could be very interesting tomorrow. But they need to get out STETHS before lunch.
Okay, they would be very happy that you got from the Facebook, from the spinners since morning. How do you feel about the scarcity of them using this?
Use often. Yeah, and I'm assuming that Maxine Soleil is his mother. I'm just assuming, and she was not happy at all. As I said, there were other persons in the live chat who are not happy at all. You know.
Okay,
but
so
there's a lot of
that Gray and also Williams should have been used more in the bowl.
Yes, Gray is really the leading bowler in this team. He should have bowled more. He and Williams. I don't know, but it's very hot though in Santa Cruz. But Kingston is a hot place too.
Kingston is hotter than hot.
Kingston is a very hot place too. It's a big field, and maybe that's one of the issues too. Because
it's a big field.
as you saw, as it approached the drinks break, you saw that they were dropping every time the ball goes to them. They fall down, and so you wonder.
That, I mean, it's a field I wish you're able to run 3.
But Brian ran a 4 to get his 100 as the ball came down to fine leg.
Yes, yeah. So indeed, it's a big field, and STETHS are used to it.
Yes.
But Excelsior, but I think they're happy to be playing on this ground too.
But I want to say something though. I want to give the Excelsior team credit. For not well, I don't know, because I would appeal. Me personally, when Simit come out there, if I know the rule, I would have pressed dismissal. It's a sport. There are rules and there are guidelines. I would have appealed.
And I don't think in sport any rule is more important than the other, because the rule is there for a reason.
Yes.
And if the rule is there and you work within the rule, I think you have a right to do so.
Yes. I was interested to hear from Demara Scott why they never appeal.
Okay, we can find out.
Is it a case that he just never? Well, that's one of the questions I want to ask. If it's just that he is not aware that it's the 3 minutes time is in, you know. So I don't know.
Well, coach is talking to them, and we're on the water break, so I'm going to take a break a moment too.
So that's why sometimes you'll see me in the ball, and sometimes the camera. I want to say something though. I want to give the Excelsior team credit for not happening. But I don't know, because I would appeal. Me personally, it's come out there if I know.
No, I'm saying it was okay. That's why I didn't come. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But saw the total stock.
No, but just tell him, okay. Okay, so we are back here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School as we continue this battle between STETHS and Excelsior. Excelsior 127 or 210 for 5. And their skipper Tyreek Bryan is on 149 from 220. And Jaleel Simit not yet off the mark. He has faced 6 deliveries. And it's Nikolai McKenzie who comes in now to bowl to Bryan. Full pitch delivery, and he comes forward. And my goodness me, seems as if he has hurt himself there, pull a muscle. There's something wrong with him. Bryan, he has been batting, probably cramps. He has been batting from yesterday, but it doesn't look good. He's kicking his leg. He has not called for any help, so let us hope that he's okay. Still kicking his leg, and
he's okay. He's okay. I'm
seems to be okay.
Yes, man. It's
okay. Mr. Brown said he's okay. So it's okay. Mackenzie comes in now to bowl to Bryan, and he's on the front foot. Just pushes it into the offside. There's no run.
Gamemanship,
210 for 5. Mackenzie in his 22nd over now comes in and bowls Bryan, and he's forward, pushing it up, and they go super very quick. See the fielder comes in, picks it up and throws. He was unarmed there, not go back and throw. Just underarm would have been a better way, and they get a very quick single. And Bryan, Tyreek Bryan, 150 not out, 150 of 223 deliveries, 17 fours and 3 sixes. A magnificent innings here by Tyreek Bryan, the skipper of St. Elizabeth Technical High School.
I told you it's gamesmanship. There's no way something would be wrong with him and he went for that single. It's gamesmanship, man. He's
probably
quite
was wrong
okay
at that moment.
No, man, he's quite okay. It's just gamesmanship.
Or the gamesmanship could be that he's feeling the pain and pretending like he's not. In comes Mackenzie, bowls to Simit, and he hits it in the outside, and silly point fielder stops it there. That's a tall man feeling at silly point.
That's Gray, I think, under the helmet there.
Okay.
No, it's not Gray. Gray is at mid-wicket.
Okay. Here goes Mackenzie bowl, and Simit is on the back foot, and it's well fielded again by the silly point, and he seems to be well insured. So it's 211 for 5, and we're seeing a little bit more crowd here today, Mr. Brown.
Both persons from Kingston supporting Excelsior are in the house.
In he come, and forward goes Simit, push it into the outside. And over in the pavilion there we have quite a few spectators for STETHS also, and for persons who are here to watch good cricket.
But interestingly, the support for Excelsior are females.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Oh yes.
I think we saw one male among the group. So
yes. And that is good. And it could be bad too. But it's good in the sense that it's getting interested. We had female cricket on Monday, and that was good.
Yes. Yes.
Do you think, I'm just saying this though, I don't think it's going to happen, but do you think in the future we might have more females playing cricket in Jamaica than males?
Well, that's very interesting, you know. Very interesting. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yes, because
I don't think so either, but it's food for thought.
Yeah, because
the reason why I'm saying that is that in terms of competitiveness and attraction, it's much easier for a female now to get into cricket. Some for me, the competition is still on that side.
Yeah, and I think more and more parents are realizing that there's a genuine career in cricket, and not only playing, but there's so much more around the cricket that there are professionals that are required.
That's it. And they need officials badly, especially for female cricket.
Yes.
And that time you don't have to be able to play to do that.
Yes.
And it's hot to his back, his skipper, and he comes now, bowls to Mackenzie, and he sweeps at it. He misses, and the keeper also misses, and it goes into the boundary. It is 4 byes. And sweeping there from Bryan caused the keeper to get loose concentration. I'm not sure he was kind of taking evasive action, and the ball goes into the boundary. It is 4 byes.
Because look at Monday, the tournament that covered Monday. It was a female tournament, but the quality was terrible. It was poor.
Here comes Scott now, bowls, and Bryan plays it onto the leg side. There's no fielder there. He takes the first one very quickly, and he was about to take the second, but he fell on his face. And I don't think it's gamesmanship this time. He was turning.
I'm here to convince.
He was turning to go for the second.
I am not convinced that anything wrong with him. No, I'm not convinced that anything is wrong with him. I'm not convinced, sir.
Okay. I am convinced.
Unfortunately, it will take more than that to convince me.
Okay.
I don't think anything is wrong.
I'm very convinced that something is wrong because he's on 150.
Oh, he probably now. I am probably a little bit shy camera running. I now think there's some genuine cause for concern. I don't think so.
Okay, sir.
Yes. It has not reached the threshold where I think
well,
that.
Knowing him, I know that he will not do that if it's not something.
It has not reached a threshold to satisfy me that he's hurting. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
it will be a blow for STETHS if he has to come off. Can you imagine? But I know he's not going to. Unless they use a stretcher to take him off, he's not going to come off.
But he's going to be okay, as you see there. He's getting up.
16 technical. They lead by 89 runs. The skipper Tyreek Brand. He has played a mammoth innings. He is 151 from 225 deliveries. He has struck 17 fours and 3 sixes. 17 fours and 3 sixes. He's getting some attention. He was feeling probably a little cramp there. He has been batting for a long time. 151 runs, and that has taken Silver Technical into a very good position. And Excelsior has not given up. It's 89 behind. If they come in and a big score, then you know what I can tell you is that STETHS is going to bat and bat until you get them out, because they have nothing to lose by batting.
Yes.
The Marcus Scott, is in his 22nd over, Mr. Brown.
And how many Williams have bowled?
Williams is back. Williams bowled 5 overs. But he's off again,
Yes, but that's why I'm asking how many. Total of 5.
Yes, Marcus Scott bowls. Short delivery. And Williams swings at the edge. He's going towards the ball. He does not have enough legs on it. And they go through for 2. And Brian is hopping down to the end. 2 runs, and Smith is now off the mark. He's on 2. Just to let you know, somebody say get a runner. That's an old person, because that does not happen anymore. Better you say impact sub, but no, and you can't get that unless it's IPL. As here comes Scott now, bowls to Smith, comes forward, puts it into the offside, and there's no run. Smith is on 2 from 11, and in comes Smith now, bowls, and Smith is on the back foot and pushes it into the offside. There's no run. Remember that the Marcus Scott, he's in the 22nd over so far. He has taken 1 for 62, and in comes Scott now. Up to the wicket, bowls to Smith. Smith is forward, pushed into the offside. There's no run. And that's the end of the over. Smith is on 2 from 12 deliveries. 151 from 2 to 5. Brian seems to be a little bit of discomfort, but nothing to write home about. 218.5. And St. Elizabeth Technical, they lead by 91 runs. And let us see what will happen by lunchtime. By lunchtime, the lead should be over 100. And remember, we have 5 sessions plus about 35 minutes left in this game. Nikolai Mackenzie continued. From what we saw from Williams, Mr. Brown, I think that he seems quite fit. He was struck for 6 by Brian. I don't know if that's why they took him off. But this school really loves spin bowling, and they favor their spin bowlers. They have confidence in them. As Mackenzie comes now and bowls to Brian. And Brian is on the back foot, and you can see, my goodness, he drops the bat. He's feeling pain, Mr. Brown. He's in pain. And the score is 127 made by 18-5 now, as Nikom boxes and hits it in the air and going towards the fielder. He takes the catch, and it is 6 runs. 6 runs. Well done, good try. He hits it. The fielder came, took his both hands, threw it up back, trying to get it over, but it is 6 runs. And the score is down to 2.
I missed it, because I was doing something else.
Oh my goodness.
Technical to keep the broadcast going, and I missed it.
I do apologize for that, but it was hit. The fielder came around, got both hands to it, but he was in the ball. He tried to throw it back, but he couldn't do that. So Brian turns, and he comes forward, push it on the outside, still in pain. Score goes up to 224 for 5. Brian is on 157. They lead by 97. St. Elizabeth Technical. As here comes Mackenzie now, goes to Brian. Full pitch delivery, and he just plays it back onto the onside. and he hobbles away towards square leg, and he kicks his foot again. Seems to be in pain. Will he be able to stay there until lunchtime? Let us see. The long on and long off there. To mid on and mid off. He's on the back foot now, and he hits it down the ground. The fielder comes across and does very well and picks it up and throws it in. Very good feeling there, and it's only a single. Good feeling there by the fielder on the boundary.
Nice stop. Good work, young boy. Good work.
I thought that was going for 4, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, he
Well
did well. He seems to be a good fielder.
Yes, very good fielder. And you can see that Excelsior, they do well in our department. They can field, they can bowl, spin good, and it can bat well. Bat well in the first inning, but we know that they're a team that bats very well in the second innings. Mackenzie comes in our bowls to Simmet, and he comes forward, puts it in the offside. I am watching Simmet, Mr. Brown. I think he plays the defensive shot with his hands hard instead of soft, and he could push the ball in the air if the ball bounces.
I'm going to look at it.
I think he should play under his eyes more. He's pushing out with hard hands. That's what I think.
So very stiff hand. All right. I will take a look.
Okay.
So Cheeseman is not happy. Cheeseman is a supporter of Excelsior. He's not happy that Williams, to be safe, let's say Williams is out of the attack, because Maxine think that is Jovane, while the name supplied by ISSA is Javane. So, and we know that, you know, ISSA would have supplied us the name on the bird survey ticket.
As in comes Scott now, bowls to Brian, and he swings at it, and there could be, they throw it in there. He takes a quick single, and the fielder deliberately threw it at the end that Brian was running.
Which was why he's down again.
Brian says now he's down. His bat is on the ground. He's trying to get up. It's a single though, and STETHS now lead by 99.
I am just not convinced anything wrong with Ben. I am not bought at it. I just don't.
Something has to be wrong. It doesn't matter what.
I don't want to think that's wrong.
I think perhaps some build-up of lactic acid.
I think it's games. I think it's gamesmanship. I may be wrong, but I just think it's gamesmanship.
All right. So I'll interview him later and find out. But I think something is wrong with it. And here comes Scott now, up to the wicket now, and bowls to Sylvie. And he's on the back foot, cracks at once to the outside. They take one. They're turning for the second, despite Brian being in pain. And that's all they will be. 2 runs. Good shot there by Smith on the back foot, punches it in front of point on the point boundary. Sweeper was not there. They had to run it down, and they got 2 runs, and that takes the score up to 228. And Smith now is on 4. And Brian is on 159. Smith will take strike again, as here comes Scott now, bowls to Smith. And he left that outside the off-stump, goes through to be taken by the keeper. The score remains on 228 for 5. 228 for 5. In response to 127, which means that the lead is now 101. St. Elizabeth leading by 101, and Smith comes forward and puts it into the offside. Look at that forward. Was again on the hard hand side, pushing forward, pushing out. I think you need to play the ball so you can make sure. But let's watch as in comes Scott now bowls. That one is much better well played, and there he came forward and put it into the onside. The score remains on 228 for 5. So if you're just joining us today, unfortunately, if you're just joining us, you should have joined us some morning, but if you're just joining us, just to let you know, as in comes Scott now bowls, and he plays it onto the side, square forward, square leg, and there's no. The score remains 228 for 5. 228 for 5 at the end of the over. End of over number 70, 63, 70 overs bowled, and 23 overs bowled by Scott. 23 overs bowled by Scott, and 23 overs bowled by Mackenzie. Between the two of them, they have bowled 46 overs, and between them, I'm going to give you, they have taken 4 wickets. And probably about 123 or so runs played off the two of them. So 228 for 5. 228 for 5. Mackenzie's going to bowl.
You remember Errol Noble? You remember Errol Noble?
I know that name, Errol Noble.
Yeah, he used to run faster than how he bowl, and he thinks he's a fast bowler.
Okay. Noble from Manchester.
Yeah, Noble.
Yes, that one. Yes, man, I know Noble well.
Yes. I just joking, but I just joking. He's a good friend. You know, he was a very decent bowler, man. I was just teasing him. You know.
Okay.
I just teasing him.
But now he can walk faster than he bowls by now.
Wow.
As in comes Mackenzie bowls, and he hits it for 6 runs. Straight drive, 6 runs. That's a lovely shot there. And he's not going to bother with the running. Since he's having some pain, he'll just hit them into the boundary. And if you can get that, why would you want to run? And he's on 165, and the score is 234. St. Elizabeth Technical lead by 107, and Brian has now struck 17 fours and 5 sixes.
This is a big innings in a final, you know.
Oh yes, I think Mackenzie bowls, and he's on the back foot and hits it into the offside. The fielder comes around, fields cleanly, and there's no run. 234 for 5. 234 for 5. Remember that St. Elizabeth, there were 44 as in comes Mackenzie, and he bowls, and Brian comes forward, and there's a stiff for, but there was an appeal,
a limping,
and Brian is now limping, but he's batting very well. 17 fours, and recently has not struck fours. He has been hitting sixes, and he has gone up now to 5 sixes.
Wow. So a limping Brian as they make some adjustments.
Did you know when he came this morning, he never had 1 6?
Yes. Right.
Okay, those 5 sixes have been done today. As in comes Mackenzie bowls, and Brian just comes forward, pushes it on the outside. He thinks about a single, and then he feels the pain. He turns back. 234 for 5. St. Elizabeth Technical leading by 107 runs. As in comes Nikolai Mackenzie up to the wicket, bowls to Brian, and he hits it into outside. Lovely shot. It goes towards the boundary. The long outfielder comes around, fields, and they get a single. And even in his pain, he seems to be forming the strike, because that was the last delivery, and he took a single, and he'll be facing the next over.
And that's why you realize it takes some convincing to think that he's actually injured, because he's forming the strike.
And you know, you have a thing they call agent flowing, and all up to he finished lunchtime, feel the pain. 12:30 will be lunchtime. 12:30 is lunchtime. Yes. So we still have about 27 minutes left for lunch, or thereabout. Yes, but STETHS have done very well this morning. They have really done well this morning, and I am saying to us that STETHS is in a very good position. But as the game of cricket goes, it's never over until it's over. And except their team does not give up very well in their second inning usually. Is the scoreboard pressure of the lead is going to be too much for them in this final? We just have to wait and see. Is the mindset going to make a difference? Giovanni is coming on. Great. In he comes now, bowls. And Brian is on the back foot and pushes into the offside. Giovanni Gray. Bowling is 8th over. North for 26. One maiden, north for 26. And not sure if something is wrong with him, but in he comes now, goes to Mackenzie, and Mackenzie's on the back foot. A bit low. Why did I say Mackenzie? It is Brian, Tyreek Brian. Because I have a big vision of Mackenzie scoring runs. Here comes, and he comes now, bowls, and Brian is on the back foot, and that one keeps low, and he plays it into the offside. Just want to say something, Mr. Brown, that I believe that based on what I see with this pitch keep low, the lead is a very good lead. As in he comes now, bowls, and he's forward, puts into the outside. He's still concentrating. It seems as if Brian wants to go in at lunchtime, not out. It's playing like that.
I made a point earlier that they knew the pitch, and that's why they used the heavy roller this morning. And
okay.
So the effect of the roller have now worn off.
Okay. As in he comes now, great bowls, and he's on the back foot. That ball kept low, but it's well played into the offside, and they go through, and they get an easy single. So the score goes on to 236 for 5. 236 for 5. No, on a 6 to 7. And this partnership so far, you know that this partnership is actually 39 so far. And Simit be facing, he's on 4. So we have two good partnerships with Brian, and he has been the one scoring the runs. As it comes, balls to Simit, and he leaves it alone to be taken by the keeper. That's the end of the over. So even in state, I can see that Tyreek Bryan is forming the strike because he got a single off the 5th delivery. So Simit only faced 1 delivery. No, with his leg not being able to move, which bowler is best to use for him, spinner or the pace bowler?
I don't think it matters, I don't think.
Well, I think that the spinner should be like the ball, so tempting to come down because he will not be able to, but he will think he can, and that I think would make a difference. But if they bowl flat, then he can stand up and play if he's feeling the pain.
But it depends on his mindset, It depends if he's clearing his approach. If he's clearing his approach,
they need to find out.
Yeah.
As in comes Mackenzie now bowls like a delivery, and he hits it through the offside. The fielder coming around, and he does well, picks it up, and they still get 2. Wow!
You're telling me something wrong with him?
My goodness, he have gotten 3 then. But that was a good shot. Yes, for someone who is limping, he's really doing well, and he wants to get the double century. He plays it into the onside on the back foot. I think Brian is determined to play a double century.
You telling me something wrong with Brian? Oh boy,
All right, here comes Mackenzie now, bowls to Brian, and he hits it down towards the backward square leg boundary. They take 1, they go for 2. He's chasing after the ball. Will he get it? Yes, he got it in the boundary. But believe it or not, Mr. Brown, he's gotten 3. He got 3 for that one. You can imagine if he wasn't sick. I know you're not concerned something wrong, but he got 3 hobbling across for 3 runs, and that.
When I get shirt fell.
They got 3 for that one, and Brian has moved on. 100 and
don't fall off again.
Brian is on 172, and the score is 241. States lead by 114. States lead by 114 as Mackenzie comes in, bowls to Simit, and he hits it, stroke it into the fielder at silly point, and that's why they call the position silly point. And now he's in some pain.
You have to be silly to
241. 9 minutes past 12 as we approach the lunchtime, and he comes bowls, and Simit is forward. Much better defensive shot this time. His head over ball and playing it under his eyes. That's what I was talking about earlier, Mr. Brown. He has improved there, and the score is 241 for 5. Simit doing very well, 22 deliveries, and he's on 4. And he comes now and he makes a big swing at that one. I am not sure this is the commentator's person. I was just praising for the defensive stroke, and he makes a counter, misses it, and the keeper fumbles, and they were able to get it back. 242 for 5. At the end of the over, it will be 243 for 5. Brian is on 172. Simit is on 4. And St. Elizabeth Technical, they are leading by 115 runs. At the end of the over, it is 242 for 5. And St. Elizabeth, they are leading by 115 with Tyreek Bryan on 172 not out from 245 deliveries, 17 fours and 5 sixes. Dalian Simit on 4 from 23 deliveries, and Nikolai Mackenzie 25 overs, 5 maiden, 70 runs, 3 wickets. Giovanni Gray 8 overs, 1 maiden, 27, no wicket. Comes Gray now bowls, and bowls to be taken by the keeper. No run. In comes Gray now up to the wicket, bowls, and Simit is on the back foot and kicks it towards mid-wicket, the fielder comes around and they get a single. He moves on to 5 and the score goes up to 2 points with 117. And Tyreek Brown is only 28 away from what would be, wow, one of the best double centuries in a long time in football cricket, based on the situation. We're talking about the Spaulding Cup now. As here comes Gray, and it's left alone by Brown. Goes through to be taken by the keeper. 243 for 5. Brown is on 172. 172. Yes, you heard me right. As in comes now bowls and comes forward, puts on the offside. There's no run. And that 172 has 3 of the figures that was made by Excelsior. He has the 1, that's the 2, and he has the 7, but he's turned around. So he alone is on 172 as in comes Gray bowl short. And it pops on him and he just puts it down to a short, the wide short final. Again, there's no field there. So the fielder from the short final, the slip fielder had to come around and they get a single, which takes Brian now on to 173. Smith is on 5, 244 for 5, and lead is now 117 with 5 wickets in hand. And Gray now getting ready as Smith waits as Gray comes in now, bowls to Smith. Full pitch delivery and he comes forward, puts it onto the offside. There's no run. As we approach the lunch period, we must say that it has been a very good morning for St. Elizabeth Technical High School. We have now completed 74 overs and they're 244 for 5. Remember they started the day at 110 for 4. They have lost 1 wicket earlier. And of course that was Kevin Brown who played a mammoth in this place, over more than 115 deliveries. And partnership, it's Jaleel Smith and Tyreek Brown, a partnership of 48 in only 64 deliveries. 48 partnership in 64 deliveries. And from that partnership, Smith has played 5. And Brian is on 173. So it's 244 for 5, St. Elizabeth Technical, in response to 127 made by Excelsior, who were inserted to bat yesterday. As Mackenzie comes in now and bowls to Brian. And he missed that one in the outside. The fielder is coming around. He goes to the fielder. He goes boundary 4 runs. That was kind of on the outer part of the bat. Did not get the full flow of the bat. The fielder came around. He had no chance and it goes into the boundary 4 runs. And I think that Brian has eyes on double century and he wants to make it before lunch. And coach for Excelsior is not pleased. And the partnership is now 52 partnership as the score is 248 for 5 and Brian is 177 and he comes Nikolai and comes forward and just dabs it the third man. Hobbles through for a single. He moves up to 178. The score goes up to 249 for 5 and it brings Smith, Jaleel Smith now into strike and he'll be facing Nikolai Mackenzie. Smith is on 5. Mackenzie now. We're bowled into Smith. I think he's coming over the wicket. And the fielders coming to crowd Smith, who has been very defensive as he comes now. And Smith comes forward on drives. It goes down to mid-on where it's fielded. There's no run.
But you know, I'm thinking about it, Mr. Davis, yes, and it is really embarrassing that Williams only bowled 5 overs.
That's what I've been thinking too. I'm not sure. I have a question though. Question I want to ask. Do the teams, I'll get back to it as in comes Mackenzie now, both plays back bowler. About their strengths and weaknesses or they think about the other team. So is it that Excelsior that STETHS cannot bat spin so and therefore they're going to give them speed, are going to to give them. So it's a loud appeal here as he swings at it down the leg side, taken by the keeper, and is an appeal for caught behind, not outside the umpire.
Always missing it.
249 for 5.
Always.
My question is, based on what I've seen, apart from the 6 that was struck off Williams by Brian, who's in very good and lovely shot. They didn't put him back because of that. He got the wicket, the breaks were the only wicket today, right? And unless he's not fit, unless something is wrong with him, I don't know. It could be that.
Well, someone in the live chat did ask me yesterday to find out if he's fit, and I asked the coach if Williams is fit, and he said yes, Williams was good. So it's tactical. It's not an injury concern. It's strictly tactical. As the umpire is telling the 12 man don't come back out here, you know. So it's clearly tactical why Williams.
You think they told him not to
bowling.
come back or not to come back before lunch?
Probably, yes.
Okay, 249 for 5. This is just one away from the 250. They're leading by 122. Now think about it. Excelsior made 127. STETHS leading by 122. That is important. We know Lightning don't strike twice in the same place, but Excelsior will have to bat very well in their second innings, and they have to play based on how the pitch is played.
And not only that, but time have been taken out of the game.
And he comes now bowls, and that is Gray, and Brian is on the back foot, and he punches it out to point where it's fielded, and there's no run.
So the fact that time have been taken.
127 all out, 249 for 5. Big difference here, difference of 122 as Giovanni Gray comes in bowls, and Brian just goes on the back foot, opens the face of the bat, runs it down to third man, and they go through for an easy single, and he walks the single because you know he's hobbling around from since then he has been quite well. And that brings up a 250. St. Elizabeth Technical High School, 250 for 5, 250 for 5, and we're in the 76th over. That's 250 for 5. St. Elizabeth Technical is Gray. Comes in now to bowl to Smith. In he comes bowl, and Smith is leaving it alone. I'm not sure what happened there. It's going down towards fine leg. They take one, and Smith did not remember that his captain is feeling some pain, but they were able to get 2. And there's no signal, so he got some bat on it. There's Smith. He got some bat on it. He got 2 runs, and the score moves on to 252. 252 for 5, and Simmons is now on 7 as he faces Giovanni Gray, who was bowled. It's in his 10th over now. As Gray now comes in up to the wicket, bowls to Smith, and Smith comes forward and pops it in the air. The fielder at Silly Point thought he was in business, but it was just away from him, and he was not able to dive. I think he got up too early also. To dive. Here comes Gray now. Comes in to bowl Smith, and he comes bowl, and Smith swings at it, hits it in there, it goes just over the head of the bowler, and they get over, and the fielder from long on mid-on mid-off was too far away, so it fell between the two of them, agonizingly close, and that was very close, and that came about because of the shot before where the ball went near to Silly Point. But in comes Gray now, bowls, and Smith hits at it this time, hits it into the outside. There's no run. I think Smith is getting aggressive because the fielder is pressuring him right in front of him, and he doesn't want to pop it into the hand of the Silly Point. So now he's trying to hit the ball away and playing out of character right now. But let us see what will happen in the next over, as the score is 252 for 5. St. Elizabeth Technical leading by 125 runs with 5 wickets in hand. Tyree Bryan, the skipper, he has led the way, 179 from 252 deliveries, and and with him is Daniel Smith, who's on 7. So far they are shared in a 6-wicket partnership of 56 runs. And when Excelsior breaks through eventually, they thought they would have gotten another quick wicket to make a difference, but these two have played very well.
Yes, and they have STETHS have had over 200 runs since the loss of the 4th wicket when they were 40 for 4.
Oh my goodness me! They have added what, 212
for only 1 wicket. So
my goodness me! This is really some achievement by wickets were flowing yesterday.
yeah.
You had 14 wickets early, basically, and then after that, it has been,
At 40 for 4, then
for that day alone, it was 160 something for what, 14 wickets, and since then,
at that time, yeah.
over 200 runs for 1 wicket.
Right.
Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainty. In come Mackenzie now, and he bowls to Brian and he's on the back foot and just taps the ball in front of him, and he was thinking going to take it to give the fielder, then President of Mackenzie said, you know what, because if he did, Mr. Brown, nothing is wrong with him if he could come and take up the ball. In come Mackenzie now and bowls, and Brian just comes forward and puts it onto the outside. And he's been too nice, coach, to bat until the break, bat until the break. Yes, he should bat until the break because he won't get the double century until then, so he should just stay there. But if he gets a delivery to hit, he should hit it. And that's the nicest stroke into the offside. Well fielded there. And so remain 252 for 5. Want to welcome all these children that are here, and we hope that they understand mommy for them. On the back foot now, he hits it hard into the outside, but the fielder is there and he's right behind it, and they get an easy single. The score moves up to 253, and Brian now 180.
Wow, he's closing on this is a big double century.
This is history in the making.
This is a Spaulding Cup double 100, not a first round double 100, not a semi-final double 100, but this is against a champion of Kingston.
And they were 40 for 4.
Yes, well,
it's not a case where he was, everything was dandy and he was losing wicket early. He opened the batting, and when they reached 40, they were 4 wickets down. Well, he put down his head and he stayed there.
Yeah, I want to apologize because he has not yet reached the double 100, but this is a big score for
What
me.
you need to apologize for is yesterday when you said that no batsman will play a century on this.
Yes, I did say so, but again, I know about cricket. Only knows.
In come Mackenzie now, and he bowls to Smith and he drives it into the offside. The fielder comes across and feels there's no run. There's for 5. Some exciting debate going on.
Yeah, vibrant.
Yes, these are the cricketers, As in come Mackenzie now, bowls to Smith and it's down the leg side and he hits it towards backward square. It goes into the boundary now. 4 runs. I love the shot. That was a loose delivery. A long hop down the leg side, and Simmet making use of it. Into the boundary. 4 runs win, and the score goes up to 215 for 5. And the lead by States is 130. I think the plan for States is that, remember when you said that they were the team who will be batting last? And I asked you if you were sure. Let us see what will happen.
Yes.
They do not plan to bat more than once.
Yeah, they won't be batting last. They won't be batting last.
Okay. So the game is slowly moving away from 57 for 5. What this means is that Excelsior will have to bat and bat and bat. Now, if Stets were to go and bat out the session before tea, then it would reduce the time that Excelsior has to bat. It would also increase the lead that they would have. And Excelsior can't go out there and push around because there's nothing to gain by pushing around. And the more they try to get the runs, is the more likely that they will get out. So everything is skewed against Excelsior right now.
Yes, so there's a point earlier that they would have taken time out of the game.
Right. So, it's a new bowler. He's bowling off spin, and he can bowl short.
Leg
spin, and that's a long hop. And he hit down into the boundary. Hit to the boundary by Brian. 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. That's Joshua Welsh. That's Joshua Welsh. Remember him from the T20 finals. That's Joshua Welsh. A big, and he bowled the first leg loose on the leg side. Hit it down into the fine leg boundary. 4 runs.
And there are persons in the live chat who believes that he's the best leg spinner in the team, and he should have bowled it before. This is not me, I don't watch a lot of
Kingston cricket. So
Kingston cricket.
Okay, so this, but he's coming in the 78th over. And he comes now, bowls, and Brian swings at it, makes it down the leg side, misses it, and the keeper half stops it. The short fine leg comes around, picks it up, and there is no run. So best.
Right.
Who's in, you know? Probably he's the only one. As in comes, well, it's now bowls, and it's a short delivery, and it's hit into the boundary. Oh, over the boundary by Barron. It's 6 runs. That was a lovely shot. For a moment, I lost it there into the mid-wicket boundary. 6 runs. Lovely shot by Kyrie Brown. He is on fire. Is he planning to get a double century before Mr. Brown?
He may well reach it.
He's at 190. He's at 190, and if to bowl those, you know what will happen.
Well,
you did say he's the best leg spinner in the team.
Not me.
You did say that somebody made a comment, he's the best leg spinner in the team. Is he the only leg spinner in the team? And if he is, then he's going to be the best one. But let us find out. As he comes now, Wells bowls. Short, long hop again, and this one bounces a little bit, and Brian misses out there. That should have gone over into the school, but he misses it completely, and it goes through, and the score remains 267 for 5. 267 for 5. Kyrie Bryan on 109. Wants to make his double century so he can eat his lunch. And of course, Wells is trying to help him. And he comes now, bowls. Much better delivery, and he's forward, and that one bounced. There was some bounce there. And perhaps I judged him a little bit too early, because the first few deliveries were really looseners. But now he's coming into his own, and that was a very good delivery, and it bounced. And he's a tough man, and he comes now, bowls, a good delivery again, and this one kept low, and Brian is equal to the task. So that's the end of the over.
Was it that he needed to be hit for 6 or 4?
You know that leg spinners usually have some loose deliveries in each over, and especially we're talking about the 70th over of the innings that he's just coming into bowl, getting a feel of it, getting warmed up and loosened, you know, and looking at his size, it will take some time for him to get warm up. So you would understand that. But the last 2 deliveries were good deliveries.
But even the 4th one that Brian swung and missed at, it bounced more than expected.
Yes,
that's why
he went out down the leg side. Yes, that one bounced more because he swung and his bat was way below the. Apart from the that was 10 runs, there's some potential in that. Let us see if they will put him back. This might be the last over before lunch. It could be.
It's the last over before the new ball. They take the new ball immediately.
Here comes Mackenzie, dead ball signal as he did not bowl the delivery. I was going to ask that question earlier. That usually you take new ball for your pace bowler to come on. But to take new ball for your spinner, I'm not sure it makes sense.
They're going to take the new. They have to take the new ball immediately and give it to.
Who they're going to
give it to Williams.
To Williams.
Yes, they have to give Williams from. I am not sure.
He got hurt? No. That's change of bowler then.
Is Williams coming back? Is this Williams?
I have to wait and see. It seems to be a change of bowler just before. So this definitely will be the final over before lunch. And Brian will not get to make the double century before lunch, but he will. I think he'll eat his lunch well.
Could never tell. Once he can face 2 deliveries before, he could well. But that is the extreme. But let's wait and see.
Okay. Remember, okay, in the olden days,
so this is Hadlam. Hadlam is it that is coming into the attack?
Oh, Justin Adlam. Okay, it's Justin Adlam who will be bowling to Simmet. Justin Adlam to Jaleel Simmet. First delivery. Wow, down the leg side, and interesting delivery there. I think he generated a little bit of pace with the short run.
Adlam can take the new ball.
Oh yes.
So you have to take the new ball immediately and go with some pace.
Okay, let us see if that's what they'll do. But Adlam now comes in and he bowls to Simmet. And Simmet swings and it's wide outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. And this is the final over before lunch, but I don't think that Simmet is aware. Because all he had to do was to leave that delivery alone.
Right.
And you're talking about a packed offside field. He hasn't. And the skipper went down and spoke to him and said, lad, you don't lunch? But to get out before lunch.
But is Simmet really aware of anything? Even when they were telling him that he's breaking the 3-minute barrier, he didn't care.
Okay, Adlam now comes in, bowls to Simmet and down the leg side. That was a good delivery, just a little bit on the wide side on the leg side, but good length delivery, and he generates a little bit of pace there.
Yes. Yes,
You look like a strong lad.
he just ambles up and he's a lot of shoulder.
Yes, he's a strong young man. But you know, when you get older, it tells on you. Like, he comes, you know, it bowls system, and he comes forward and puts it back to the bowler, and there's no run. 267 for 5. St. Elizabeth Technical, they lead by 140. They lead by 140. As here comes Adlam. Justin Adlam to bowl to Jalil Simit. Passes by a bowl, and Adlam leaves it. Simit leaves it alone. So Adlam bowled that delivery outside the off stump, and Simit left it alone. And the previous delivery, he flashed at it. The keeper went over before lunch. You only need to play if you have to play. And he obeyed the skipper, and he left that alone. As Adlam now comes in to bowl to Simit. Comes up, bowls, and he's on the back foot, and he pushes it into the onside. The fielder comes around and feels that is Welsh, and there is no run. And that is the end of the over, and that is lunch on the second day. Session that went to St. Elizabeth Technical High School. Lunch on the second day. They moved from 110 for 4 to 216 for 5. They lost 1 wicket, and that is the young man Brown, who overnight, I think he was on 20 overnight, and he made in his 30s. We'll give you the exact score shortly. And he was bowled by Williams. That's the only wicket that Excelsior got today. And the lead is now 140. Kudos to the skipper of St. Elizabeth Technical, Tyreek Bryan, who's on 190 not out from 261 deliveries, 19 fours and 6 sixes. Strike 2.0. The bowling for Excelsior, just Adlam, who just came on, he has 1 over, 1 maiden, no run, and Joshua Welch 1 over for 10 runs. And we're going to give you the details now of what happened. So Tyreek Bryan, the captain, he knocked out on 190. Yesterday, Huma Yoridi was caught by Daly off Scott for 14. And Vince, he was bowled by Nikolai Mackenzie for North. Jadu, he was bowled by Mackenzie also for North. And Littleton, he was bowled by Mackenzie for 1. Kevon Brown, he was overnight on 20. And today he was bowled by Williams for 31. Jalil Simit, by the way, that 31 came for 132 deliveries. And Jalil Simit is knocked out on 11 from 43 deliveries. There were 15 extras made up of 3 no balls, 2 leg byes, and 10 byes. 15 extras. St. Elizabeth Technical has 267 for 5. 267 for 5. And before Excelsior, Giovanni Daly, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 32 runs, no wicket. Nikolai Mackenzie, 27 overs, 5 maidens, 80 runs, 3 wickets. DeMarcus Scott, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 65 runs, 1 wicket. Damari Daly, 3 overs, no maidens, 7 runs, no wicket. Terry Ford, 8 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, no wicket. Javane Williams, I understand somebody says it was Javane, but Javane Williams, 6 overs, no maiden, 21 runs, 1 wicket. Joshua Welch, 1 over, no maiden, 10 runs, no wicket. Justin Adlam, 1 over, a maiden over, and the score is St. Elizabeth Technical at lunch. Right here, they are 267 for 5 and 79 overs in response to 127 outs made by Excelsior yesterday, and set started this morning at 110 for 4, and they have moved on to 267 for 5. So you can lead now St. Technical having a lead of 140, a lead of 140. We go to lunch with the skipper not out on 190, Tyreek Bryan, and Jalil Smith not out on 11. I now return it to the studio. Return after lunch. Have a good lunch, everybody. Thank you. Brian, or they don't have to get Brian if they get the other batters out and bowl out into the technical and cut down the lead and come in and bat. Well, you know what can happen. So it's driven into the offside by Smith, as the bowler is Mackenzie coming from northern end, and he turns now about to move in, and he passes the umpire and bowls, and he drives at it and it edges and he's caught in the slip. He's out, caught at slip, and he's caught there, and that's what I'm talking about. They don't have to get Brian. They can get the other wickets too, and he's out, caught at first slip, and he's caught by the skipper Scott. Good catch there. It's not always not easy in the slips. It's not an easy catch in the slip. It was flying, but it was well taken. Good catch, and of course, Sim is gone. So it's 6 wickets down now. And St. Elizabeth Technical, they have lost their 6th wicket. And immediately after Excelsior getting the breakthrough that they wanted, what they have been striving for before lunch, and now they have gotten it after lunch, and of course that will lift the spirit of the team, and we expect this afternoon to be a good afternoon, because we know that if Excelsior gets this afternoon, I know that they'll be going after the runs and the lead about 100, 150, and to put STETHS into bat. So it depends here on how well these last few batters from STETHS, if they can bat up until then of course STETHS will end up in a stronger position. But if Excelsior were to get them out before tea, even this first hour here, we have game on here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School in Santa Cruz. And of course, as I can tell you, Excelsior did not come from that far just to give up. They are going to be fighting and fighting to the end. So 6 wickets down now, and they have just added one at the lunch interval. Of course, I'm not sure what they got at lunch, but Excelsior seemed revived and ready, and of course they got a serious pep talk from coach. And the new batsman faces now as Nikolai comes in, and he leaves it alone, and it was so close to the stumps. My goodness me. And that's the end of the over. All right, so it's 267 for 6, 266. And the new batsman is Scott. New batsman is Scott from St. Elizabeth Technical. That's Delante Scott. And he is now going to be facing Scott. Okay, the Marcus Scott into Delante Scott. The Marcus Scott to Delante Scott. So it's Scott to Scott. As in comes the Marco now, bowls to Delante, and he comes forward. Sorry, he bowls to Brian. Sorry. It's Brian that's facing. Scott is at the other end. So the score remains 267 for 6. The lead is 140. And Excelsior now will try to press on. They have gotten a quick wicket, and they would really love to get the wicket of Brian, who's on 190. In he comes now, bowls, and Brian drives it, straight drive. And the bowler comes across, feels well, and tosses it back right into the wicket keeper. Very aggressive there. And he comes now. Caught bowls to Tariq Brian. Wide out the off stump. He leaves it alone, and it goes through to be taken by the keeper. No run there. In comes Scott now, bowls to Brian, short and on the back foot. Sit down towards long on. The fielder comes around, fields well, and they get a single. 268 for 6. And now it will be Scott who will be facing Scott. The Marcus Scott will be bowling to the Lante Scott. And that's interesting, and they're setting the field meticulously as they are trying to push on the advantage of STETHS losing a quick wicket after lunch. And it is the marker now to the Lante. In he comes, bowls, full pitch delivery, and he drives it on the outside. Well fielded there, and you can see that Excelsior, they have come out with new venom and ready to pounce on STETHS, and STETHS try to stay there as it is Scott to Scott. He comes now, bowls down the leg side, and he turns it down towards fine leg, and they go through for an easy single. It's now 268 for 6. And the lead is 141. And that's the end of the over. End of the over from Scott. And we see Tariq Bryan there exchanging his pads, switching them around. Not sure if it's good luck or bad luck, but he's switching them. He's into the 190s. And he's looking for a double century here, and this will be really history in the making, because based on his score and the score of his team, he has scored like almost probably 3/4 of the score. More than 3/4 of the run has been scored by Bryan. I think it's Mackenzie who's going to continue. Mackenzie is going to bowl from the northern end. He has now taken 4 wickets for 80 runs, Mackenzie. He comes in now and bowls to Scott, and Scott is on the back foot. And he hits it straight into the silly point fielder, and he knocks him down. He's back up. And the silly point fielder there, Scott very aggressive on his back foot and hits it right into the silly point fielder. He went over and he's back up and ready again. He's toughing it out. Let us see if he will stay there. Let us see if he's going to. He's coming closer as in comes Mackenzie bowl, and Scott hits it in the air over the head of him. Magnificent catch! That is a magnificent catch! My goodness me, I thought it was over his head. He went back and he just plucked it out of the air and rolled over. This is the Excelsior that we're used to. And my goodness me, that was a magnificent catch. And they have lost 2 quick wickets. And we mentioned the fact that they could let Bryan stay at one end and get the wickets at the other end. And we see that happening now. And Excelsior, they have that self-belief. They believe that they can get out STETHS and they can come back and get a lead. This is an interesting match. Excelsior has nothing to lose. They have lost first innings. They have to go all out. So Scott is gone, and he made 1. So the score is 269 for 7. There's a new batsman, he's also a left-hander, as Nikolai comes in bowls and he pushes forward into the onside. And that's a 5 for Nikolai Mackenzie taking 5 wickets now. He has gone 5. He has stalled 2 days stalling, and he has now gotten his reward. He comes in now, bowls. Batsman comes forward, pushes it into the offside. There's no run. 269 for 7. As in comes Nikolai bowls, and the batsman on his back foot, that one kept low and he just dug it out. My goodness me, that could have been so easily gone for LBW, but he was able to get his bat down on it at the last minute and dig it out. And of course the batsman is Jerome Taylor. As in he comes now bowls, and Taylor is on the back foot. He's bowled him. Let me see what's happening there. He's okay. Thought it knocked the stump, and the keeper was jumping. Cocker Hoop, Excelsior, they're so excited, and I'm getting excited too. Actually, it's not out. Just to let you know that batsman, the new batsman, is Jerome Taylor. I'm sure that name rings a bell to everybody here. That's Jerome Taylor, and I think he's junior. So you know who is his father. And Jerome is more known for his bowling, and the 95 that he played against New Zealand, that was a one-off thing. So let us see if his son can pull off something like that today. It is Scott who is going to continue, and he will be bowling to Tyreek Brand. And he comes now, bowls short, and he's on the front foot and pushes it back on the onside. And Brian seems to be in some discomfort from before, but seems to be getting worse now as Scott comes in now. Goes to Brian on the back foot. That one kept very low. My goodness me, and he dug it out. This pitch is playing very low now. It means that Excelsior will have to bat really well in their second turn of bat. As Scott now comes in, bowls to Brian on the leg side, and he comes forward, pushes it, and he jumps and grinds in pain. Seems to be feeling more and more pain now. Every time he comes forward, you can see him wrenching in pain. Should he stay there and hurt himself to retire? I know he won't at this time, as in comes Scott or bowls. Faster delivery, and he swings at it, misses it, goes through to be taken by the keeper. And I think we're at the stage now where Brian might just have to stand and deliver. And of course Scott have other ideas as he's calling in the van from calling all the 2 fielders. I think it's calling the fielders. Okay, and Brian's going to go for it, and he comes both, and he hits it back to the ball, and there's no run. 267 for 5. Brian is on 191, and in comes Scott now, goes to Brian, and he hits it through the side. The fielder comes across, dives, misses it. They take 1, and that's all they'll be. And of course, since lunch, it has all been Excelsior. They have been bowling well, fielding well. That magnificent catch that was taken, and now goes on to 192. So, Nikolai Mackenzie, 5 wickets so far. And he comes in now, he's going to get ready, he's putting the long on right back on the boundary. And he takes Brian to launch. But let us see as he comes in now, goes to Brian, and he just comes forward and pushes it into the outside. There's no run. Is he going to be tempted? Let us see. Nikolai is trying to tempt him, and he's going to float it up, and Brian just comes forward on the first one. Let's see what will happen now as he comes in bowls, and Brian comes forward again, pushes it into the outside. Wicket keeper comes from behind the stump, picks it and throws it back to the bowler. 270, 274, 6. Should be 7. He come bowl, and he leaves it alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. 270 for 7. St. Elizabeth Technical High School in response to 127 made yesterday by Excelsior. As Nikolai comes in, bowls to Brian, plays it out into the onside and goes through for a single. The score goes up to 271. Brian moves on to 193. And that's the end of the over. No, it's not the end of the over, just they're changing for the next batsman. They're carrying in the field for him as they seek to attack to try and get all the batters from the other end out. You have a forward shot, you have a silly point as in it comes ball to Jerome, and there's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Of course, the name Jerome Taylor is not known for batting, it's more for bowling. But now Nikolai Mackenzie comes in to bowl to Jerome Taylor, and he comes bowls, and Taylor is forward and the ball beats him outside the off stump, goes through to be taken by the keeper. You hear the ooh and the ahs around the ground, and that now is the end of the over, and Jerome Taylor survives, lives to fight another day. The question is, should Brian try to get the double 100 now in this over, or should he push around and hope that the other players stay with him? So Tyreek Brown, one shot away, 194. Is he going to try for a 6? Is he going to take them one by one? Let us see what will happen. As all eyes are now on Tyreek Brown, the fielders are all on the boundaries. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right on the boundary, long off, long on, mid wicket. And the cover point on the boundary. And he comes now, bowls, and Brian comes forward, puts it into the offside, and he's still in some discomfort there. Still in discomfort at this time, and I know this spinner is going to float it up to him for him to come forward, but let's see what's going to happen. As in comes Scott now, bowls, and he comes forward, pushes it on the onside. There's no run. This is good cricket here, and they have some fielders right on the boundary waiting for Brian to launch. Is he going to take them one by one? And this field is well set. They're stopping the single and they're stopping the boundaries. As in he comes now, Scott bowls, and he swings in the air, going towards the left. It beats him into the boundary, 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. He's not afraid to take them on. He moves on to 198. Tyreek Brown, 198 is not out. And the lead now goes up to 145.
Here. Here.
In comes Scott now, goes to Brian, full pitch delivery, and he comes forward and just rolls it out into the offside. There's no run. 267 for 7, and Brian alone is on 198 out of that 276. 276 for 7, and Brian is on 198. As the field come in, is he going to go for the big hit? In comes Scott, bowls, and he just comes forward and pushes it back to the bowler. He's in no hurry. He is really working hard to get the century today. He's in no hurry. He's not going to take any risk. But Scott is trying to tempt him, and in he comes now with all the field, most of the fielders in except the mid wicket. He comes bowl. He's on the back foot and he hits it hard, but straight to the fielder. Well stopped there, well fielded. That was powerfully struck. The fielder was equal to the task, and Tyreek Brown remains at 198 not out from 285 deliveries. At the end of the over from Scott, the score is St. Elizabeth Technical High School 276 for 7 in response to 127 made by Excelsior, and they lead by 149 runs. Now, if we were to put this game in context, if you were to minus Tyreek's score from the rest of the score, you'll see what is happening. But Nikolai comes in now, bowls to Taylor, and that one kept low and is forward, pushes it into the offside. There's no run. And Nikolai would want to get the wickets at this end as he comes in the bowls, and Taylor is forward. It goes into the offside, and 3 fielders converge on it. 276 for 7. 276 for 7. Jerome Taylor not it off the mark. And Tyreek Brown is on 198. He's a non-striker. As in comes Mackenzie now, bowls to Taylor, and he comes forward, pushes it into the offside. It's fielded at silly point there. And there is no run. And the task for Jerome is to stay there and allow his skipper to get the double 100. As in comes Mackenzie now, bowls to Taylor, and he swings at it. And there's a loud appeal, not out, said the umpire that took on the pad. Not out, that was a big heave-o. I don't know why I said his job was to stay there, because as soon as I said that, he made a big cow swipe and he misses completely. I'm not going to say anything this time, except to say that Mackenzie now comes in and bowls to Taylor, and he comes forward and pushes it into the offside. That's what he's supposed to do. And I'm sure his captain would have been very anxious when he saw that big swipe. But I think it's the final delivery to go in this over now as Mackenzie comes in, bowls, and Taylor drives it nicely back to the bowler, looking good this time. And that's the end of the over. He survives the over and gives his captain the chance to reach the double 100. And I think that the captain is going to reach the double 100 in this over or get out, but he's not going to waste any time. This is the over that he expects to get his double 100. So we ask all eyes to be on the field now. All eyes to be on the field now as Scott, the Marcus Scott, will be bowling to Tyreek Brown, who is on 198. 198 from 285 delivery. 24s and 6 sixes. 24s and 6 sixes. And they're calling in the field because they want him to take the risk of hitting the ball over the top. So here comes Scott now. Comes in, history in the making, up to the wicket, bowls to Brian, and that's a straight delivery, and he's on the back foot and punches it back to the bowler. He seems to be in no hurry. He's so very calm at this time. That is Tyreek Brown as he awaits Scott now, as he comes in, up to the wicket, bowls to Brian, comes forward, and that one seems to have gone on the edge, just short of the elusive wicket keeper and just short of the first slip, and you could see them holding their heads in the air, and Brian comes down and does some gardening. Is he going to make the double century, or is he going to give it away? Let us see. He has fought really hard. I don't think it's going to give it away. Come too far to turn back as Scott now turns, begin to move in past the umpire, bowls, and he hits it in the air. It's going straight down towards the boundary. It's into the boundary. It's 4 runs. That brings up his 200. 202. Not out for Tyreek Brown, captain of St. Elizabeth Technical High School. He has played a magnificent innings. 202 not out. What an inning this has been. He has been there from the beginning and he's there at the end. My goodness me, what an inning that is. What a magnificent
Good
inning.
afternoon and thank you for making it. Spaulding Cup 2025. We're here from the STETHS Sports Complex. Tyreek Brown, 202 runs. And the score is a 276 for 7.
Okay, so that's Tyreek Brown, 202, made up of 21 4s and 6 6s. As Scott now comes in and bowls to Brian, and he just leaves that one alone outside the off stump. He's still hobbling around. And if you remember Gordon Greenwich, whenever he was hurt, he was very, very dangerous. So you can imagine now, Tyreek Brown, the left-handed batsman from St. Elizabeth Technical High School, the captain, faces the skipper from Excelsior, the Marcus Scott, to Tyreek Brown in bowl, short delivery, and he's on the back foot, punches it hard into the outside. The fielder comes across and fields it. They get a single. He moves up to 203, and the score moves up to 281 for 7. The lead is 154 runs. And STETHS is still thinking of getting a lead of up to 200, but it will depend on what happens here. And this game has really been intriguing because after lunch, Excelsior got 2 quick wickets, and since then, this partnership, they are leading by 155. Brian is on 204, which means that out of 282, he has played 204. If you take away the 4 from that, you get 78. So the entire team, including extras, is only 78 runs. and Excelsior made 127. So you see what's happening, what's between the two teams now. It seems as if it's Tyreek Brand, the injured Tyreek Brand, is standing between St. Elizabeth Technical High School and Excelsior High School. So he's on 204, going for another record, and that is to make the highest score ever in the Spaulding Cup. So there are all sorts of possibilities. One thing I know is that St. Elizabeth Technical will never declare. That's one thing I'm sure of. As Scott comes in now, and he's going to bowl to Brian. In he comes, bowl, full pitch delivery, and he hits it in the air. It's going towards the fielder. It's going over. It's 6 runs. Into the boundary, 6 runs for a moment. And the record is now broken. This is the highest score ever. The highest score ever in the Spaulding Cup. Highest score ever in the Spaulding Cup. He has surpassed the score made by Kirk McKenzie. And I know that Kirk will not be happy with Nikolai when he hears about this.
Congratulate Tyreek Brand on breaking that 2019 record. He's now on 210.
In comes Scott now, bowls to Brian, and he just come forward and push it into the outside, and they go through for a quick single, and they get it quite easily. As Williams begins to move in, smooth passes the umpire, bowls, full pitch and hits it high in the air. It's going towards the fielder. Is it going to go? Is it going to be caught? Yes, he's caught. He's caught on the boundary. He went for a big swing. He's caught on the boundary and he's out. Adrian Silvera is out. And St. Elizabeth Technical all out for 328. Silvera is caught on the boundary for 11 from 28 deliveries. 328 all out. St. Elizabeth Technical. And there's a lead of 201. And Excelsior have to make 202 for St. Elizabeth to bat again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. We're going to be in for a cracker. As we'll give you soon a summary of the inning that was played by St. Elizabeth Technical with their skipper making 139. 139 made by Tyreek Brand, and that was the difference between the two teams. And just to say that there was 239, the difference between the two teams as it relates to this game, and the skipper of Excelsior, he made the 39, but he had trouble finding the 2, and therefore the score is 328 all out in response to 127, a lead of 201, as the players now will take a break of a few minutes while we get ready for the second turn at bat for Excelsior High School. This afternoon is going to determine many things. One, how will Excelsior approach this game? I would say they are going to be attacking, they are going to be aggressive because they have nothing to lose. So if they are going to lose, they are going to go down fighting because they want to get off that deficit of 201 and they want to put 100 to 120 on it. So they'll be aiming to play 320 runs and they don't have much time. They have to play that between now and just after lunch tomorrow. Might seem impossible, but all things are possible if you do believe. And then they'll try to bowl out stats for under 100. Do you think it will happen? You never can tell. Excelsior have the self-belief. And I see a past student of testing at me in this belief. He can't believe that I'm saying that the possibility exists that Excelsior can do something. But you never can tell. So, and of course, they are going to be rolling the pitch now and getting things ready. So in the meantime, we're just reminding you, St. Elizabeth Technical won the toss. They put Excelsior to bat. Excelsior will bowl out for 127. And in response, St. Elizabeth Technical 328 all out. With the skipper, Tyreek Brand, 239. Now breaking the record for the Spaulding Cup, which was held by Kirk McKenzie of 205, and he made 239.
That's our objective, clear out the deficit. We have to our budget runs to goal as we have made over 3 minutes at least 4 times for the season. Right? Because some people don't want to come off. If one will come off, but 3 out of the people that will come off. So get to the serve, ladies and gentlemen. Lay your platform and express yourself. We have time. If we patrol the next session and a half, we'll be at least 150, which means we can do the first session tomorrow and take the next 150 runs and goal at them for the last 2 and try with 100. So let us try to make sure we get the foundation laid.
Because Miss Arthur from Excelsior for saving the dream.
Get the foundation laid. You never know until you try. And all what time 5 to get them money to my cheese and then the 40 before again. Yes, there's a dumb like yesterday video could hear a pin drop. Right? So let us try to get ourselves back to that stage so we can give them something to battle again. That's all I'm asking. We live with the results. Put it there for a gentleman, give it some pride. Hey, David, sit down and take a little break off your legs. You have a bat in a minute, you know. Betty, sit down, man. Still have to make sure we preserve the same enough of a time. But gentlemen, we need a steady effort.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back here at St. Elizabeth Technical High School, with St. Elizabeth Technical having a lead of 200. My job is well, it's a learn anything in it. If you get is it more and you know things come to remember, so this will happen and what can Okay, so we are back here at Santa Cruz, hot Santa Cruz, yes, in St. Elizabeth. Yes, lovely weather here, beautiful sunshine. Look like the sun just take a part of St. Elizabeth for itself. The play field is on the field 100% right now. There's no air on the field without sunshine. There's no shade. 328 all out in response to 127. St. Elizabeth, they are leading by 201. And right now it is Excelsior who will be batting. And the open batsman, wait to see who they are, but it's 328 all out. Tyreek Barron, 239 he made, and sets there a lead of 201, and Excelsior, they will have to bat very well, extremely well, to make sure that St. Elizabeth bats again. And Silvera, he's going to take up the bowling from the northern end. As he comes in now, bowls, full pitch delivery, nicely driven. 4 runs. That's David Dewar, the first ball that was bowled to him, and he just drove it on drive. The nicest shot to see, but one of the most difficult to play. And he on-drives the pace bowler into the boundary, 4 runs. And the Excelsior, they are on their way. That was David Dewar hitting Adrian Silvera. If my memory serves me right, Mr. Brown, Silvera bowled from the southern end in the first inning. And he has changed, he did very well. I mean, cricket is a strange game. I don't know what it changed if you're doing well, but they have ideas as to where the breeze is blowing. As he comes in now and bowls to Dewar, and it's down the leg side, taken by the wicket-keeper. The score remains on 4 without loss. And the deficit is now 197 runs. And every run counts here, as it is Excelsior, David Dewar, and he's due some run for his team in this match. And like what was done by Tyreek Bryan, making out 239. What men have done, others can do. So let us see what will happen as Silvera now begins to move in. Passes the umpire, bowls. Short limit is on the back foot, punches it powerfully into the onside, and he's timing the ball very well. Looking very good, even though it's only 3 deliveries he has faced. Timing it well. That drive, that on-drive, it was just a push. He came forward and just eased it through the onside and into the boundary for 4. And he's now on 4 without loss. Since then he had one that went down the leg side, and this one he was right-handed and pushing it, and it was racing off the back. You can see that the timing is there as Dua waits and Silvera turns. And begin to move in now. Left arm, pace bowler, up to the wicket, goes to Dua, and he hits it in the outside. It's well fielded. Well fielded there. I think that's Scott the fielder, and there is no run. Four without loss. Excelsior. And Silvera. So far we haven't seen any real threat from the bowling, and the pitch seems to be playing quite well so far. But it was just rolled, so let's see. It's Dua who looks around the field and waits now as Silvera comes in, bowls, and he's on the back foot, pushes it into the onside. No problem there. Silvera getting a little excited, not sure why, but it was easily played by Dua. The score remains on 4 without loss. Deficit is presently at 197. 4 without loss. Remember, the first delivery was nicely undriven by Dua for 4. And Silvera now. 5th delivery up is over. And I was just speaking about the sunshine, and now it's gone and the place is nice and cool as there is a cloud coming over the ground as in comes Silvera, bowls, and Dua comes forward and flicks it into the onside, and they go through for an easy single. He moves up to 5, and the score goes up to 5 without loss. 5 without loss with Dua on 5. 5 without loss. And that's end of the over. That's the end of the over from Silvera. Nothing looking threatening. He went up to the batsman with the first one, and the confidently on Joe with 4. And we wait to see who will bowl the next over. But I must say that I was expecting that Silvera would come in, that he had the success in the first inning, but he did not. I think he doesn't want to go up the hill, so they are using another bowler and come up the hill. So the opening batsman with Dua is Giovanni Gray. Giovanni Gray is the opening batsman. I think Daly is injured, so he did not open, so it's Gray who will be opening the inning with Dua. Dua got a single of the final delivery, so he will be facing. So I not really think he's shielding the opening batsman, but he's doing well so far.
It's interesting, Mr. David, there's a poll that is going on in the live chat, and I checked it at the end of the over, and 58% of the respondents think that Excelsior will bat out today, while the other 42% thinks the match will end today.
Okay.
So it's a very interesting.
Yes, sir. And it's Jalil Simit who will be bowling now to Dua. In he comes, bowls. Full pitch delivery, nicely played in the onside by 62 fielder. Fielder comes around and they get a single. And Dua moves on to 6. The score goes up to 6 without loss.
So over 40% of the respondents think
this afternoon.
The match will end today.
Okay. I was thinking that, but from what I'm seeing here, I think that Excelsior seems to be that they're going to bat well. But let us see what.
Well, it's just the first over, as someone in the live chat just pointed out. So.
Yes, but the first over usually says a lot, as it shows how the pitch is playing and how the batsmen, the mood they're in. But let us see what will happen with Gray first. And he's also a left-handed batsman. He bowls right-handed, but he looks like left-handed when he's bowling his right hand. I don't know how to explain that several. But he holds the ball in his left hand, carries his left hand out, carry it in and put it in the right hand, then he bowls it. So when I saw him first and saw him go with the left hand with the ball in it, I thought he was a left hand bowler.
I saw Demario Gray try to copy it.
Okay. As in comes Smith now, full pitch delivery, and he plays it. That's a lovely shot. Oh my goodness me. He punches it through the offside. And that's a lovely shot. He just leaned into it. And it is 4 runs. And that's interesting. The 2 batsmen, the 2 openers, the first delivery that they faced, they were able to hit it for 4. Alright? On drive and cover drive. Okay? And goodness me, it is getting overcast here. The clouds getting black, and it's from the area that rain usually comes here at STETHS. So we have to watch it very closely. Earlier it was brilliant sunshine, and now when somebody say you change like the weather, this is the example here. It's really, really black over there now. It seems like if it's raining someplace in St. Libet and in Mandeville. As Smith comes in now, and he bowls. And my goodness me, that was a good delivery. Plays that it whips through to the keeper. And Daly didn't know much about that one. The score is now 10. That was a very good delivery there. My goodness me. And Smith is bowling that ball. Mr. Brown, that was a beautiful delivery now. Umpire, tell him how to bowl the ball, please. As in comes Smith now, passes the umpire, bowls, short delivery, and he's right behind it, pushing the outside, and they were think of taking a single, but Giovanni Gray was not interested. So Smith now. Smith will be bowling to Gray. Giovanni Gray. And this is game on here at St. Elizabeth Technical. Will we be here this time tomorrow? Even let us see. As in comes Smith now. Comes in, bowls to Gray. Short delivery, and he's behind it. Puts it in front of him. There's no run. And I don't know, Smith seems to be working up a little pace here, Mr. Brown. He's hurrying the batsman. He's hurrying the batsman here, and I hear some whispers in the background, but Smith is really bowling fast now. The score is 10 without loss. So Excelsior 127 all out and 10 without loss in their second innings. St. Elizabeth Technical 328 all out. As Smith now at the top of his mark begins to move in to bowl to Gray. And he comes, passes the umpire, bowls, full pitch delivery, and he drives it down the onside. Mistimed it there, it came off the inner half of the bat. He was trying to hit it through the offside, and it came off the inner half of the bat and went on the onside, and it's fielded at mid-on by the fielder, and there is no run. Still looking black over there, but not as black as a minute ago. It seems like if there's rain over there, Mr. Brown. Okay, so more than likely rain is falling in Mandeville and probably Spurtree Hill somewhere down that side. But will it reach here at STETHS? We have to wait and
definitely falling in the cockpit country.
Yes. So I do believe though that based on the local weather persons here, I think they feel that when that side over there is black, that is when they are going to get rain. So I did tell you that yesterday, and so that rain there is no threat, I think. That is to make the persons watching feel good that we're going to have cricket. But back to reality now. It is Silvera. And in he comes now and bowls to the wall, and he comes with delivery, and he plays it in the onside, nice and easy, just flicks it into the onside and they get an easy single. Goes up to 11, and Dua moves to 7, and Giovanni plays on 4. It's getting overcast here, and some persons are getting concerned. We have sunshine up in the hills on one side. I think that is up, would be up in Malvern. And on this side here, we have dark clouds, and we see some crows in the sky there, and they are moving around slowly. Usually when they do that, it's rain time. So let us see what will happen. And it's getting really, it has changed significantly. It was so bright, and now it's getting dark. As Silvera now comes in and bowls to Gray. And that one kept very low, went through everybody, went through the keeper, and it goes into the boundary now, 4 byes. The keeper had no chance. It came very, very low. And that will be a concern for the batting side, because if that was straight and keep low like that, then the batsman could have been in trouble. But it was down the leg side, it went through everybody, the keeper and the fielder, nobody could get it. Straight boundary, it was flying.
As you know, towards the end of the STETHS innings, there were some challenges with the streaming of the feed. And I just want to say a big up to Miss Baker from the Physical Education Department of Excelsior, who came to our rescue. You know, she had something that allows us to get the stream up again.
As in comes Sylvia now, balls to Gray. And that one, oh my goodness, we plays it back and the bowler was trying to take the catch. It bounced on his hand, it's actually dropped by the bowler. He uses his left hand, which is his better hand, and he dropped the chance, he missed the chance. He should have taken that. He was right there, he reached it, and I think he was a bit nonchalant in taking that. And remember that in St. Elizabeth innings, Excelsior, they missed a number of chances, and the same thing seems to be happening here. You have to take chances in cricket, or you pay for it later on. So, Sylvia now. Bowling to Gray will settle his nerves now, and he awaits Sylvia now as he comes in. He passes the umpire now, and he bowls. And that delivery kept low and on the back foot, and the bowler is thinking of a single, but it's well fielded and there's no run. Excelsior will need to score fast, and that is why they are batting like this. But they, so far, so good. The catch was not taken by Sylvia. There are some persons who say you can't drop a catch because you only catch when you take it, so you miss a chance.
No, the English language, the catch is used in the context of a noun and of a verb. So,
okay.
So it depends.
So when you drop it, what is it called? A noun or a verb? As here comes Sylvia now, up to the wicket, goes to Daly, short, and he's on the back foot, punches it in the outside, gets right on top of it, and punches it all along the ground. Looking quite confident with that one. The score remains at 15 without loss. 15 without loss with Giovanni Gray and 4, Dua and 7. And we have 4 extras in the form of buy.
I know you're a bright man, you're a teacher, a principal, so let me ask you the question. If I ask you, what is the wicket?
As opposed to the stump?
So there's a wicket. Well, there is a wicket. What would you tell me?
It depends on the context.
Well, that's what it comes back to how you use the word catch. It depends on the context.
Alright. Well, in comes Sylvia now. He bowls, and that's a good, it goes right through him. My goodness me, that was a very good delivery. Well, it's like killing and butchering. What's the difference? The man saying kill a goat and butcher a goat. But the score is 15 without loss at the end of over number 3. So the over's gone, and they're going at 5 per over.
So the poll is still hovering around 40-60. 60% of the respondents thinks that Excelsior battled today, which is probably becoming more likely because the rain, I think, is going to fall, while 40% think that they won't battle today. So, you know, put in your opinion. There's a live poll going on in the live chat. Put in, you just have to click yes or no. And, you know.
But Mr. Brown, sometimes you have to use history and context, and the fact that in the match against St. Jago, I go back to that match, Excelsior did not bat well in the first innings, and they batted very well in the second innings. And I know they are very determined, and I do believe that we will be here tomorrow.
I believe so too, but STETHS bowling against Jago bowling is two different things.
In comes Summit bowls, and he's forward, puts it into the offside, and there is no run.
We saw Jago bowling at the T10, at the T20 championship day. It's nothing to compare to the STETHS bowling.
Okay, yes. But what about the batting of Excelsior? They have some very good batting. But certainly with the rain coming down now, this debate might be necessary as in it now. And he goes to door and he's forward, puts it on the onside, and they go through for a single. and the groundsmen are getting ready. They are getting ready with the covers as the rain is coming down. Not very hard yet, and I don't think it will be for very long, but it's coming down now. And I think the umpires are going to call it for them to come off. They are waiting. Not sure what is happening. The umpires seem to be content. They didn't call them on.
Yeah, they call them on.
They call them on now, and the covers will be taken onto the as the rain comes down. Not very heavily, but I can see that Dua is very happy to come off. But of course, this is good for STETHS also.
Oh, sorry. I'm moving too fast. We'll go back more, but we have to coordinate the move.
So with the rain coming down and the covers being taken onto the field, the score is 16 without loss, Excelsior, and they are in now a deficit of 185 runs deficit, and they are 16 without loss, and the rain comes down.